Alrighty, guys, good evening. Happy fucking Sunday, guys. Hope you guys are a wonderful evening so far. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing more of the Helldivers 2. Good evening, Slain. Good. Good evening, guys. And Bot Tricks, which is just a bot. Hope you guys are a wonderful evening so far. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing more of the Helldivers 2 here. Probably do a little bit more, maybe some more entries on our spreadsheet. On my spreadsheet. Good. Ah, yes. Let's see. Yeah. Last night, guys, messed around with the bugs a little bit. Got on late. Tonight on earlier, so hopefully we have a normal duration stream. Oh, yep. Do some bugs, maybe some bots. As it turns out, we're between the Warbond release cycle right now, and as such, it looks like Arrowhead kind of moved on to more of a monthly release schedule instead of weekly. So, probably aren't going to see anything till the next Warbond is my guess, if maybe just a couple of bug fixes, hot fixes, and such, to clean up some of the stuff from the last Warbond. Which is my guess what they're going to be doing in the future. Whether or not it's every month or every maybe 6 weeks or 5 weeks remains to be seen. Either way, sure, there's plenty of stuff going on behind the scenes as far as tweaking behavior. We've had some pretty, last couple days. Last night wasn't super bad, but days before that we had some really kind of shit bugs, as in they're not challenging at all. I'm guessing bots are kind of on the same playing field right now. Kind of Reddit 1 difficulty. Not really a huge fan of that. Usual. And of course, people try to talk to me right when I start streaming. Also the usual. Good shit. And I'm pretty sure they don't know I stream, so. But anyways, tonight, guys, probably going to be playing more bugs, maybe some bots in here. We'll see where things go. Let's take a look at the Reddits, as well as YouTube video here. Maybe add a little something to the spreadsheet. The usual. Thanks for the likes on TikTok, by the way. I very much appreciate that. Always glad to get support. Good. Good stuff. Anyways, so it turns out, one of my viewers yesterday, I think Lox, mentioned that there's a new DLC for Riftbreaker. Weirdly enough, I haven't talked about Riftbreaker, guys, in months. Maybe longer than months. It's been a long time, but basically every single time a new DLC comes out for Riftbreaker, we end up playing it just for the DLC, which usually takes anywhere from a couple days to a week. Depends on how well the difficulty works out for it. And lo and behold, there's new DLC for Riftbreaker. Literally came out 2 days ago. Yeah. The weird thing is, I basically, not only do I never talk about Riftbreaker at all, I wasn't keeping up with this at all. And this literally happened like the day after I talked about Riftbreaker on stream. Which is hilarious. Yeah, how's that for a coincidence? Pretty crazy shit. Only 154 hours, not nearly enough. Oxygen Not Included. Also played a lot of Oxygen Not Included. Very fun game. Very, very fun game. Oxy? They try to label it Oni, right? O-N-I. But in actuality, it starts out as Oxy because it's highly addictive, right? And has a bunch of negative consequences when you play it. So just blood clots because you never get up and you just sit there and play the game the entire time. Fantastic game. It's one of the games I love playing through our single-player playthroughs. Great fucking game. Riftbreaker, also good. So there's another DLC out for it, and it'll be interesting to see where the... Well, maybe we'll watch propaganda here. Wear your glasses? We're trying out contacts today. Or the last couple days, actually. You haven't been on my stream. What the fuck's going on, Slane? #1 viewer? I'm starting to question whether or not that's true or not. Anyways, considering we're doing no glasses in the podcast just to kind of change things up for a bit, because why not? One of those things, right? Yeah. See how it goes. Anyways, I didn't know that obviously there's a new expansion, well, probably a new expansion coming out. And very interesting game. It's another developer, by the way, that is very good with keeping up with their... It's a small game developer. Actually, curiously, where is XOR Studios from? Is it another Swedish company? That would be fucking hilarious. Poland! What the fuck is this? It's from Poland! I knew they were from... I was pretty sure they're from Europe. Dude. There's a lot of really good companies just, like, coming out of, like, the northeast side of Europe. The fuck is this? Poland. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce that. Czechien? Poland? Yeah. Anyways. Small, slightly successful game. RTS games in general, guys. You're abducted by aliens. Well, you have to put in a good word for them for me. So when the world explodes, I have a chance to escape it on a freighter or something, you know? So make sure you put in a good word so I can get out of here on a freighter. I'd appreciate that. Anyways. Fucking Poland. Yeah, another small game, another small studio. And the thing about it, like RTS games, especially a niche RTS game like Riftbreaker, is it's kind of like the sales for it are always going to be very limited, and because RTS games in general, and then it's a last stand RTS game, so it's going to have very limited sales. Despite that, they've been very interactive and proactive with their development in the community, and always surprised. They keep pumping out patches and updates. I don't know where they are now because I haven't followed it probably since the last expansion pack, to be honest. I think the last one kind of sucked. That was the metal one, wasn't it? Great game, by the way. Well worth the money. This game's been out for a long time. Yeah, so they're doing like one DLC per year. Oh, Metal Terror was the first one. Into the Dark. Yeah, Into the Dark was the underground one. Limited your use of artillery to make it more interesting. Like with many Last Stand games, a lot of it comes down to just being about artillery for the most part. Just pumping out artillery and just hammering them. Yeah. But anyways, weirdly enough, fucking Riftbreaker, they literally, like, I'm not even making this up. It was literally the day after we were talking about Riftbreaker on stream. That was a couple days ago. They just released I can't make this shit up. Another beautiful game, by the way. Absolutely fantastic looking game. I was pretty sure it started out as a tech demo and then just basically turned into more. Fun little game.
Look at this strange vegetation.
Oh.
It clearly doesn't belong here. That tree is enormous. We have to go see it up close.
That's what she said.
There is very little building space available.
I think we should set up a research outpost at the base of this tree. We can use biocondensers to gather sludge from the mud pools all around us.
Remember that we can defend our pipelines with floating towers.
The flora and fauna in this biome
Apparently he has little Riggs has a sticker now. He has a pitchfork. Ah, Ince.
A new technology has been developed.
Stalkers or lurker spikes.
Heavy cluster missile launch sequence. I am maximizing the output of all combat systems.
This is it. It's either us or them.
Everyone enjoys a good minigun. Melterine engine. What? This shit out of geyser? Ah, thanks. Thanks, Zor. I appreciate it. Not on stream. It's against the TOS. Ah, so new DLC? Oh, we'll play this. I was thinking, so weirdly enough, because we're kind of in a lull right now, we might actually maybe play it this week, this coming week. Since the difficulty's also down on Helldivers 2, and difficulty is really what keeps me playing. You know, we could actually definitely take a break and maybe play something else for a little bit, because it'll only take like a week anyways, and, you know, next Warbond is still like, what, 2-3 weeks out maybe? So. Wow. Like, lurker spikes. Anyways, we're talking about Riftbreaker in regards to Helldivers 2, as it's an example of basically how they just put in pretty much anything that will be destructive or could potentially be used as a weapon of some kind. Oftentimes, a lot of the weapons in the game, there's a lot of them, don't really differ from each other. They all just kind of do the same thing in a different way. Yesterday, we looked at Reddit. We saw the guy that was, he made an idea for, what do you call it, a gravitational ray, which basically the ship just pummels its units into the ground, right? Actually, what in use case basically differs all, like not at all, from airstrike. It's basically actually maybe more barrage, kind of basically the same thing. Doing same thing in a different way, slightly different way. Riftbreaker is generally, like, there's a lot of different cool stuff in the game, but oftentimes there's a lot of overlap between categories too. We talked about this months ago with Helldivers 2, though, is eventually you're just going to end up with stuff that just does the same things as other weapons, just in a slightly different way. And it looks like we might be encroaching on it. Not that it's the end of, just like with League of Legends and Overwatch, you're going to eventually end up with characters that overlap with other characters, not completely, but somewhat, just because there's just only so much room, and eventually you're going to have stuff that does the things that other stuff does, right? There's plenty of opportunity for different things to differentiation in the game itself. We're just not quite there yet. Not quite there to the point where it's all just going to be duplicates of each other, but looking at the gravity ray from yesterday, it was just looked an awful lot like just more of the same, of just a barrage or precision strike even. You're gonna have that. Cool looking biome, by the way. You got a Fern Gully thing going on here. Like the colors, high contrast, makes things pop. The first DLC kind of sucked. That was the metal one, and basically it just made it so all you used was metal towers, and the whole game's about kind of differentiation, doing things in different ways, and you couldn't. Just like one type of gameplay. Another game, by the way, that will use more than 8 cores is Riftbreaker. Assuming you turn up the units enough. I'm actually kind of curious on all the other stuff they've done alongside, not just the release of the DLC itself. People are really like DLCs because there's new content and new things, right? At the end of the day. But the DLC itself also is, usually leading up to it is a bunch of patches, and the patches are actually what changes the game. In the case of the most recent Warbond for Helldivers 2, it added some new things and added some visual things, but what actually was most interesting was the mega patch that led up to it, right? The game balance patch that had a bunch of different changes and tweaks in it. The stuff that really is really meaty and stuff that you look at and you go, wow, that's actually kind of cool, right? Something you can use now, something you can change. Game balance, as I mentioned before, matters a lot because it determines what you use. Not that there actually has to be a meta, like, you know, there has to be like a top tier thing, but the range between what's usable and, you know, what's usable and what's not usable has to be like, there has to be an area you can function in. With a bunch of things, they either fall well below it or some even well above it, and you don't want that, which is like the Ruptor, and the Ruptor achieved god tier status in the community, which is not what you want at all, because now all you have is the Ruptor fucks in Reddit threads that are like, oh my god, where's my Ruptor? Why haven't they buffed the Ruptor yet, guys? I need my Ruptor back. God, Arrowhead's so dumb for nerfing the Ruptor. It's perfectly balanced. You're like, he's running around, literally hip-shotting like a pistol, you know, like a Wild West hip shot with it, and just exploding a bunch of bugs. You just, you're like, yeah, I don't think it worked the way you thought it did. And I'm pretty sure, by the way, they also adjusted the slew rate on the, the Ruptor. It originally, I'm pretty sure, is easier to aim, and that was one of the things I noticed immediately, but it wasn't in the patch notes, so I was double guessing myself, but I'm very certain they changed the slew rate, or how fast it adjusts the new target, to, you know, kind of make it more of a sniper, right? Because a sniper generally is going to have, you know, be harder to aim and take longer to come on target, right? As one would expect. But anyways, do I want to look at the reviews and ruin it for myself? I'm probably going to play it no matter what. I don't care what the reviews say. It's a great game. Developer is pretty proactive. So another one of the games, by the way, how we're talking about, we also talked about this with Helldivers 2, about pathfinding, flow field pathfinding as a way for using units that allows for much simpler calculations for units without them getting stuck on each other, and allows for much smoother gameplay without basically bogging down a computer. And you can have thousands of units. In the case of Supreme Commander 2, you could have thousands of units on the screen, and your computer wouldn't bog down to a halt, and they could still all pathfind appropriately. Another game that could benefit from it, I even made a thread. They had a help forum or a... Maybe we can even find that. Let's see. Riftbreaker, suggestion, flow field, feature upvote, improved pathfinding. September 25th, 2022. One upvote. We have 13 upvotes. And this gets... It's weird, once again, a lot of these suggestions... This is a place where you can basically upvote suggestions. I remember making this post years ago. Literally years ago at this point. I've talked about flow field pathfinding whenever it pops up because it's actually really fucking cool. And if you were around for Supreme Commander, a lot of the kids aren't. There's kids that say they're 90s kids, and that literally means they were born in the 90s. You fucker, you're not remembering shit when you're 6. That's not the way it goes. You might have 1 or 2 memories from back then, but that's not the way it goes. You were literally not playing games in the 90s. You're an O's kid. You're an aughts kid. You're not a 90s kid. I'm a 90s kid. I was born in 84. That means I basically remember the 90s because that was my teenage years. You know, things that I can actually remember. Anyways, if you remember Supreme Commander and Supreme Commander 2, because you basically grew up in the late 90s and early O's when they were released, you know what a big difference, even though Supreme Commander 2 is nothing like Supreme Commander 1 in terms of gameplay, you realize what a huge difference the flow field pathfinding made. Because it made a huge difference. I think Subcom 2 was 2007, I want to say. Yeah, basically when everyone was like, oh my god, PC gaming's dead, consoles are the way to go no matter what, and I remember reading all the development commentary on that about how the world was ending for PC gaming and how everyone needs to focus on console gaming because that's where the real money is. And, you know, if that's true, mobile gaming is honestly where you should be anyways, but putting that aside, you know, mobile games are a joke in terms of enjoyment factors. Hey, look, you push a button. Hey, look, you push a button. Hey, look, you push a button. More time, more time, more time. Little resources you're getting. Wow, this is great. Like, it's literally just there to keep you pushing buttons. And it's not like they do anything either. It's just like bonuses and stuff. Yeah, not a fan of mobile games. They like literally make my brain hurt. I do not enjoy that at all. Under consideration. So, this I voted on. This I instituted here, guys, 2 years ago. The community was voting on all sorts of weird things. I'm also one of the first people that suggested that co-op be added to the game because the game is Last Stand video games really, co-op is very, very important, as you're seeing with Helldivers 2. Are there people that like to play solo? Sure. Do you think everyone's that way? No, a lot of people like fucking around with their friends, and especially even with, not with their friends, just fucking around with other people, because it's more fun, right? But unfortunately, in the case of Riftbreaker, I don't know if they ever added co-op. It was on their road list, by the way. I don't know if they ever added co-op. However, that was around for a long time. Like, it was a suggestion that got high upvotes because it's courting. It matters a lot. 13 upvotes, because once again, the community doesn't actually understand what makes games fun, which is the bounty units, the last stand, your ability to defend yourself against hordes of enemies and withstanding the brutal onslaught, the same way it is in Helldivers 2. Regardless of what Reddit wants to get the difficulty nerfed to Diff 9 in Helldivers 2, that's not always the case. You know, there's plenty of people, especially playing on Diff 9, that want to have a difficult experience. That's why they're on Diff 9. That's why they aren't playing Diff 7. It's not because, like, it's high as the number goes, and you can't turn it up higher. So when they lower the difficulty in Diff 9, I can't go anywhere, and I just get bored. We literally just flail around and just walk around, pick up samples, and that's dumb. It's really, 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 really dumb. Anyways, your normies, your normal people, are like, oh my god, they don't really understand what exactly flow field pathfinding does or why it matters. And it basically matters because more units means more difficulty, which means generally more fun. And you can obviously offset that just by having less heavier units, right? Which you can do, and I think heavier units have a place anyways. But the feeling that really makes you feel as though you survived a horde is literally a horde of enemy units, right? It's a shitload of enemy units. Riftbreaker does this really well. Eventually, when I'm playing through the expansions, we basically use console commands to rack up the difficulty, because it only goes up to like 500%, and I wanted to play on 2,000% and 3,000% to really, like, my walls, instead of being one thick, I have like literally like 5 thick walls, because otherwise you can't survive the hordes of enemies. It's important. It's one of the things I really, really enjoyed about the game, is like just dialing up to 1,000. But once again, we start getting up to 3,000%, the simulation slows down, and then it becomes a chug fest. And it basically correlates with the number of enemies on the screen, the number of enemies spawning, as you can imagine. A lot of it actually has to do with, no, it even says here, 2,000%. 2 years ago, guys. Always ahead of the curve. And lo and behold, 13 upvotes. Out of all the suggestions, I got 13 upvotes. And one comment a year later stating how important it is, because it was true. Co-op multiplayer, 2.7 thousand upvotes. New biomes, alien stronghold, ability to rename outposts at will. Upvoted yesterday. Super weapon buildings, better pipe management. Allowing for PvP. I mean, there's always people that want to do that. All these have so many more upvotes than my idea ever has, guys. Add DLSS. Caves? Yep. Reality. Steam Deck support. This is, by the way, people love this shit. I'm very certain there's almost no one that actually uses their Steam Deck. It sits on a shelf, and people like to think that they're using it, and then occasionally they'll break it out to show it to their friends and, like, doodle with it when they're on a trip. But yeah, they don't fucking use it. Almost no one uses their goddamn Steam Deck. It just sits there on the shelf. It's exactly as I said when it was introduced, which is people basically aren't going to be using. They're just going to use basically their cell phone or their computer. You aren't really going to ever use it at all. It's just going to sit there. Next stats. Diagonal walls. All these have so many more upvotes than me, guys. Here we are looking at a thread I created 2 years ago. Improve pathfinding. Add DLSS. Everyone wants DLSS. Even when it doesn't need it, they still ask for DLSS. Trending. Anti-artillery turret. Basically, a turret would be entirely dedicated to intercepting enemy artillery fire. That's a pretty cool idea. This is like a CWIS for the U.S. CWIS, which is intercepting systems. Basically, the phalanx turret that's on ground that shoots down missiles and mortars and projectiles. Oh, it doesn't actually work all that well. It's not the same thing as like the, if you're into military, the Iron Dome, which Israel has, which actually shoots down projectiles and missiles because they have a huge problem with it. CWIS is kind of a shitty version of an anti-missile system. It looks really fucking cool, but if you actually see any of the live fire stuff, footage from it, it basically, there's like three of them firing at it, and they have to fire at it for about 3 to 8 seconds with 3 of them before they actually shoot down like a missile or a mortar. Yeah, looks really cool, but the effectiveness, very poor. But yeah, it's actually I've posted on that a couple different times on the aficionado threads on like Facebook or Twitter. Whenever they pop up, the kids don't like that. Effectiveness is very poor as opposed to like the Iron Dome system. Both, by the way, honestly look really cool. Iron Dome looks like a bunch of angry bees going up to intercept other bees, which is ridiculous. Under consideration, guys, so I guess it wasn't done. Two years later, still not done. Anyways, as I mentioned, I bring it up every single time it ever has a purpose in any video game we've played. Case of Helldivers 2, you can tell when basically the game just starts shitting itself because of the amount of units on the screen, and things get kind of laggy, so then the game like auto-adjusts where it just decreases the number of units, which is why I'm pretty sure the number of units and basically the difficulty is oftentimes limited by your peer-to-peer mesh. Your peer-to-peer mesh compute capacity. So the total computational power of all the clients that are connected to the same game are sharing basically the workload of the units in the game, right? And if you have a bunch of shitbird boxes connected because they have their 4-core i5 from 10 years ago they think still is good, they can't obviously simulate any units, and the game basically has problems running, let alone simulating units, and then it falls onto people with better computers, like myself, right? But I can't pick and choose who I can pick and choose who I go with, like who I play with, but I can't actually pick and choose based on what their sim speed is, so how fast their computer is and can simulate things, and how good their ping is, which matters for desync. I can't pick and choose. So you're basically just stuck, right? But obviously something like flow field pathfinding would help immensely with AI calculations, pathfinding calculations, which is I think A star is the normal one, if I remember right. Hey Major, how's your day going, dude? Long time no see. But yeah. It's actually pretty cool. There's some propaganda. I think this is actually the interview. Yeah, this is the interview where they talk about it. But it's like as a showcase here. Let's see. I do like showing this off because I remember when I played Supreme Commander 1, guys, and when it chugged to a halt because we play with 1,000 unit cap per basically faction. When it chugged to a halt, me and my friends literally recorded 10 minutes of real life time to every single minute in the game. Yeah, not even joking. It was insane. It's somewhere around 10 minutes. And Supreme Commander 2, you can play with any number of units. We played against like the hardest AI, and literally the map was just chugged with units because, you know, the AI generally cheats. Depending on how they are programmed, the AI generally cheats and has a shitload of resources. It was literally packed with units. Like on the map we're playing, like we had like a radar station because you can get super units, literally revealing the map, and it's just, everything was caked with units. So they could all move, it's just they're stuck behind each other. There's no way that they can make more units, it's just full. The map was literally just full of units. Let's see. I was a bunch of people, apparently, after I talked about this, by the way, with because I talk about it basically every time I play Riftbreaker. Last year, after doing so, Unity started picking it up, so it's part of Unity now. There's a bunch of documentation on it and how to implement it in the Unity engine, which is basically free for the most part. Somewhat free. 14 years ago, guys. That's crazy. Here every day. Here every fucking day. Doing 5 million people's jobs. I don't think GPG's around anymore.
Hello, this is Chris Taylor, lead designer of Supreme Commander 2 here at Gas Powered Games. And today we are going to show you something phenomenal, our new flow field pathfinding system. All right, let's start off by showing you what has long been the established RTS pathfinding algorithm, the A-star. Now we take two large groups of units and we drive them right at each other. And you can see here, they go in and start becoming very confused, trying to find their way around each other because the complexity of this is very high. They're trying to steer around another moving object, okay? But they do eventually find their way. Now let's take a look at the new flow field system developed here at Gas Powered Games based on the University of Washington's crowd continuum research. You can see the units form up without losing any speed, and they
pretty cool shit.
Breeze right through each other without missing a beat. And here, the ultimate example, large units moving through a group of smaller units.
So it's tough to understate, overstate how much of a difference this actually makes. Large units, the scale in this game, by the way, is one of the Supreme Commander's benefits, or biggest assets, is literally the scale of units. These units are super small. These are like mega units. You're zoomed out way out from the battlefield. But these units are much, this is like a gigantic tank, are much, much bigger than these units.
Having them path and flow right around them and forming back up. In this example, we actually try to fool the Pathfinder and give a new order to move the units midway through the Pathfind, and again, they seamlessly flow. And finally, we have a recap here, and as you can see, this is the kind of thing that really changes the shape of RTS gaming. Thank you, have a great day.
14 years ago.
March when Supreme Commander 2 hits the shelves. Take care.
Actually, longer than that. This video was uploaded by someone else. Yeah, I think Subcom 2 came out, I said 2007? Maybe it's 2008. 2010. So it is 14 years ago, guys. Crazy fucking shit. Anyways, why does that really matter in the case of Riftbreaker? Because Riftbreaker is all about large engagements against hordes of enemy units, right? Yeah. It looks like they still haven't added co-op, by the way. In development, high priority. They've been talking about this for like 2 years now. So 3 years? 2 years now? Guess it's still on the roadmap, guys. Yeah. Well, there's that. I'm gonna have to get my coffee too, by the way. Yeah. So, as I mentioned, I'm not pulling your leg. I've literally talked about this every single time it comes up, and it's important because I think this is a huge upgrade in fidelity and just capabilities of an engine, your quality of life as a player to play a video game. Yeah. I think it's actually incredibly important. So, when I've mentioned it in the case of Helldivers 2, it's not because, I just heard about it somewhere. I literally have talked about this for years. I've been here for fucking years. Just because no one's watching doesn't mean I'm not saying things, guys. But am I? If Ben Sam says something in a forest and no one's around to hear it, is he actually saying something? Yes, as it turns out, because I can fucking record the forest and put it up as footage, and then eventually circle back to it 2 years later! I can come back to it 2 years later, after it's still not done, because it's actually a huge deal. Which you guys will see, because if we do play Riftbreaker, I'm definitely going to crank up the difficulty to whatever I can. Yeah, so... And I guess in this case, going back to this was 2,000% difficulty 2 years ago. And I'm pretty sure we played a DLC after this, which was on 23, and it still wasn't done. And I'm pretty sure I talked about it then. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I went up to 3,000% waves because my CPU has been improved since then. And once again, it's one of the few games that will actually benefit from more cores than 8. But you have to crank up the unit cap to actually see that difference. But maybe they made improvements in the last couple years, or last year. We'll see, guys. I'm gonna get my coffee. 1 second. Let's see. Every day. Every gosh darn day. Almost every day. Not be overstated how important this is. Not just benefit of performance, but perhaps also allow improvement in the AI itself. Yes. Well, if you're here, Arrowhead, if you're ever listening, it's actually important. Speaking of which, added more entries to our spreadsheet. Our updated spreadsheet here of changes. I also added categorization of the changes themselves and things they affect. Added new section here for optimizing, one of which actually includes flow field pathfinding. By the way, I didn't even know that the new DLC came out for Riftbreaker till today. I added this earlier today prior to seeing that. With source material for references as well. They discuss it, computations or the calculations that they're actually using, implementations where they actually tell you what they're doing. So, assumedly, laying things out pretty good for developers so they can actually implement stuff like this. Yeah. Efficient crowd simulation for mobile games. The guy that actually did the one for Supreme Commander 2 supposedly wrote a book, but I can't find it. I don't know where it is. He mentioned he wrote a book. I don't know where it is, though. So I can't really reference that. Either way, they're using little movement things here, guys. That's just to show you, give you an idea of the cost of units. Like, they obviously don't need to be units, but it is incredibly useful to large and small units and dealing with units that work around each other as well, so they don't get stuck on each other or stuck on terrain or, you know, general. But assume it can work in the case of Helldivers 2. Oh my god! TikTok thinks I'm AFK, guys! I had to solve a CAPTCHA. I love this minigame. TikTok has a minigame built into their platform. Isn't that great? Oh. Anyways, thought that was incredibly useful. A couple other things we've added here, guys, in addition to, well, today, strafing run's very important. It needs to go Bert, tells Sound Joel. The suggestion predates Reddit memes and got it from somewhere, not saying where. Increases the effectiveness of a strafing run from 500% to 9,000 perhaps 9,000%. Good shit. Autocannon, drop range, these are older. Maybe I should add dates when I add stuff. Physics offload. So there's a lot of physics events in the game right now. Currently, they keep adding physics events, which I'm not against, by the way, because it actually, immersiveness, which we talked about in stream, immersiveness of physics is very important in video games. Most video games do not use physics. It's tough to actually overstate how important they are in terms of players being able to think that something's happening around them. It's not just purely graphical. It is graphics, but at the same time, it's also can be stuff you can interact with or stuff that can interact with you. That tends to be very, very expensive from a CPU standpoint. During the PhysX revolution, if you were around for that time period, eventually got to the point where Agia basically was the proponent that basically was perpetuating the whole physics revolution at the time, right? And that's back at the end of O's. I got AMD and NVIDIA interested in it. They got really, really hot and bothered by it, and everyone was talking about accelerating physics and making it cool because AGA released their PPU, their physics processing unit, which actually turned out to be a pretty shitty, very slow piece of hardware. However, at the time, they released it, and they're like, floating all this cool stuff about how physics can be interactable with each other, and rigid bodies, bunches and bunches of rigid bodies, which normally are extremely computationally expensive, and offloading it to their PPU. But NVIDIA ended up buying them out. AMD stopped caring because NVIDIA stopped caring too, and then it got buried, and now we have RTX instead of physics. Instead of physics acceleration, guys, like really, really good physics acceleration, we have RTX lighting. Instead of taking all that time to improve upon physics calculations and doing them in hardware, right? Yeah, like imagine where if they put the same amount of effort into physics accelerations on GPUs as they put into ray tracing, imagine where we'd be. Ray tracing is a switch you turn on, and all of a sudden you can see the glint on someone's eye. Who the fuck cares about that? It's one of the first things people turn off when they have performance issues. They turn off the ray tracing. Like, oh, this looks cool. Oh, wait, I'm getting 50 FPS. Click. Oh, I'm getting 120 FPS now. Wow, this is so much better. Because it's true. And unless you have really, really good hardware, you're not going to turn it on because the performance hit for it's pretty shit. And then on top of it, usually you can get good lighting. If developers are good at lighting, they can do very similar things to ray tracing. It is such a huge waste of computational power, but everyone's into the ray tracing game right now. PhysX had a short-lived experience. It was about maybe 2 years in which it was very much pushed, and then this was during councilization, so everything was very councilized at the time, and obviously councils didn't support it, and there's no way that they could, and it just kind of popped and fizzled. And then after AGA got bought out, PhysX became rebranded to NVIDIA, and then all of a sudden NVIDIA didn't care anymore, and it got swept under the rug. It still exists. PhysX still exists. It's an API that NVIDIA has, and it can be adopted. It can be adopted into your engine. I don't know whether or not they can, because the engine for this game is supposedly pretty old. However, that also means what we've seen in the engine is stuff that they're definitely trying to push it. So their developers, I believe, at Arrowhead are very capable. You don't normally see that. Most of the time when people license a game engine, their developers basically make mods, right? They make a mod for a game. If you guys know how mods work, if you spend any time messing around with like the Crytek engine or the Unreal Engine, where you can kind of mess around and do things in real time, it's basically that. You can almost, and they give you examples and things you can legit just buy off their marketplace and just put into the game. People that license engines generally are incapable of making engines. That's one of the reasons you license an engine, because it doesn't always make sense to make an engine, especially if you don't have expertise. Good example of that is where PlanetSide 2 is, where they have the Starforge engine or whatever it is from PlanetSide 1, or maybe they made an engine specially for PlanetSide 2. Every piece of original talent, all the people that made the engine are now gone from the studio. They don't even exist there anymore. They have an engine that's basically dead because no one can program for it anymore. Essentially, it's just a giant antiquated piece of technology that they can't do anything with except just keep using it. And porting it to a new engine like Unreal is next to impossible, so they're basically just dead in the water, right? But also at the same time, you can also have developers that can change an engine and tailor it to their needs. That's what we're seeing with Arrowhead, where they seem like they're capable of actually improving upon the engine that's already there. It's probably one of the reasons that they actually have it is because it's basically an engine that they can do whatever they want with, which costs them next to nothing, and they have the expertise at their studio to improve upon it. That's something that's extremely rare, by the way. So they're basically taking an old engine and making it their own, is what it comes down to. So one of the problems that they're running into, and you definitely, every time I've seen physics events in the game, and I've pointed them out, especially when they become more and more common. They become more and more common. And the thing is, when you have a bunch of physics events happen, like let's say when a hell bomb explodes, or Nuke the Nursery explodes, right? It creates a gigantic fucking explosion, which also triggers a bunch of physics events. The game goes like this when it happens, because it's basically causing a bunch of physics events to happen at the same time. And there's ways around it. They can just make it so the explosion doesn't do any of that stuff. At the end of the day, they're basically going to end up at the same case, though, which is, your CPU is chugging, because I can literally point it out. In my frame time graph on the top right there, I can literally point it out every single time it happens, because you can see the gigantic chug right after an explosion. That's physics events happening, because it didn't originally happen when the game came out. It's literally they're trying to calculate the physics. It's just one of the problems with having physics stuff. Unfortunately, there's basically two different types of physics events, ones that you can interact with and ones that are basically just client-side. It's just stuff that you see, and other than that, it doesn't matter, right? It's usually just visual stuff. You don't collide with it at all. No one else can see it. If you see a can on the ground, you can kick around. No one else can see that can, but you're kicking it around, right? It's client-side. Server-side stuff is a little bit different, where it's synchronized with everyone else. That becomes extremely, extremely expensive, but it can still be done. Just kind of as a case here, let me show you guys the original Agia footage, as I think it's kind of important. Let's go. Cell factor physics. This is from eons ago, by the way. This game came out, I think, in 2007, 2006. Long time ago. Obviously, graphics are going to be very dated. What's important here is looking at the amount of physics interactions and the kind of physics interactions you're doing. Thing about this is it's not just something that's client-side, it's on everyone's computer, and a lot of these items can be destroyed too. It's something you basically don't see in modern games at all. They tried to turn this into a game, by the way. This is basically a tech demo. They tried to turn it into a game, and it just turned out being just being shit, as you can imagine, but the idea is there. It's basically, it was a tech demo for the physics themselves. And people can be on top of the car at the same time. This is a long time ago, 2008. So 16 years ago. It's kind of remarkable how basically stuff in PC gaming has kind of went backwards and after going forwards, but here we are. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, guys. So once again, kind of maybe not downside, like the eventuality of this was they found out that you could basically accelerate physics on a GPU better than on a PPU, which also did not work in Agia's favor because they tried to sell their PPU first and foremost, and that just yeah, that didn't work out. In the case of NVIDIA, though, however, you can choose what GPU it's running on, or your CPU for that matter, if you have available horsepower to do so. But the technology still exists. I don't know what state it's in, by the way, because this is long. They still maintain it, but it's a long time ago. And occasionally you can find games that still use PhysX that are coming out, but yeah, it was actually really, really fucking cool. Arguably, it's still really fucking cool. Like, the amount of interactable bodies that you're seeing here, that doesn't just cause the game to chug to a halt. Now imagine what's happening in Helldivers 2, only most of the physics events aren't even, like, synchronized. It's not stuff that everyone can see. And the big thing, though, is getting it accelerated off your CPU onto your GPU. In the case of PhysX, they can do it on your GPU. Whether or not they can actually do it in the game engine currently with their own technology, I don't know. But PhysX exists, and I know it exists, and I've seen what it can do. But that doesn't mean maybe they can do it, but it's an answer. I know it has existed for a while. Bullshit. This, by the way, I bring up every now and then because honestly, it's just really fucking cool. But yeah, anyways, mentioned the current state of physics in the game, how important physics are currently in the game. I don't think they should actually get rid of it. Visual physics is stuff which we've talked about, by the way. Visual physics that are on your client side that don't really have any purpose in the game besides being visual fidelity definitely should probably be something that people can turn down, even though it will probably lead to a state where things aren't going to look nearly as cool. The reason for that is because people have shit boxes and they need to be able to control basically how runnable the game is on their crap box, right? But yeah, if it's possible to actually accelerate physics on the GPU, that's actually really, really important. Whether or not they can do it in an in-house solution, I don't know, but physics itself does exist. A link to the API for physics itself. We talked about sim offloading. We just talked about flow field pathfinding earlier. We talked about sim offloading a couple different times on stream. And basically this comes around to the fact that basically you have essentially what is a peer-to-peer compute cluster, right? You have 4 different computers all hooked together, and they're trying to simulate the units in the game, assumedly. We've seen a couple different reasons why this exists, and you know, observationally can see that something like this does exist, because when you have a host, not the primary host, you have a secondary player, a client that disconnects from the game, some units will just freeze. Those units are being controlled by that peer-to-peer host. It's not the primary host, it's not the guy that can kick people or whatever, but everyone is functioning in the same way to try and get everyone to work together, right? We're all trying to control the number of units, which is probably, once again, why the difficulty tends to go down, because you're getting matched with people with potato boxes, and as such, they can't simulate all the units, so then the difficulty goes down. Whether or not that's true, this is just what I'm postulating. It's not confirmed by Arrowhead in any way, shape, or form. However, they have confirmed that it's peer-to-peer. So it's not running on dedicated servers, and you can also see this because there is sometimes desync with units, which you can clearly see when they leg out and skid to a halt, for instance, completely off par, or something, just they start like warping around or something like that. That's because your ping to the host that's controlling the units, the other host, is poor, like 200, 150 ms. Either way, you can actually see the differences in latency in the game itself. So it's pretty clear that they're using a peer-to-peer mesh, to compute mesh, to control the units. Ways of offloading this, as we've talked about before, different ways that they can offload this, one of which is E-cores. So in video games right now, E-cores, or the 12 to 14,000 series CPUs, have E-cores on them. E-cores are the efficiency cores. They're used for almost nothing. It's a cool idea that Intel came out with, to have cores that kind of work in the background on other things. As it turns out, most games, if you put anything on the E-cores, will just shit themselves. They literally cannot handle it because E-cores share resources. They are not nearly as fast, do not have nearly as much throughput. They tend to have latency associated with using them, so if you put a game accidentally on the E-cores, it'll just poop itself. That's just the way it works. It just shits all over the place. It'll get random stuttering. So almost every game is incapable of using E-cores. However, if you have a specialized workload that can be put on the E-cores, it can actually be really good. The multi-threading capability of the E-cores themselves is actually very, very high. Because like in the case of a 14900K, a 13900K, they have 16 E-cores. That's like, what is like, it's like 1.3 times as much, so it's 130% plus 130% additional multi-threading capability of just the 8 P-cores. But the 8 P-cores are much faster, they have lower latency, they communicate with the memory better, they just like have everything going for them, so obviously you're going to put the game on the P-cores. If you can find a way to utilize the E-cores for the simulation in the background, so the unit simulation that's taking up a significant amount of computational capability, this allows you basically untapped resources to use that you wouldn't otherwise be able to. The number of people with 12 to 14,000 series CPUs has definitely grown over the years, but it's something that games generally do not tap and are just sitting there idle. They have nothing going on. Maybe someone figured out how to use process lasso and put like a YouTube video on it or something, right? But for the most part, they don't do anything. I had a 13900K, guys, for about a month before I got my 7950X3D, and I watched basically all the E-cores do absolutely nothing, because I can literally just watch in real time what my CPU cores are doing, guys. And this, by the way, is a YouTube video loading. I can literally watch what my CPU cores are doing all the time. It's one of the weird nuances I just got pissed off about. You know, like maybe I'll just go to, you know, I'll look at my CPU over here in the background, you know, I'll look like this, and I have to tab in and out of the game, but I have a second monitor. I don't need to do that, right? Years. I've been doing this over a decade where I literally just can monitor my stuff in the background, because it's important as a gamer and as a streamer. It's actually incredibly important to be able to monitor stuff that happens to you, to your computer, and to what's going on around you, right? It's actually very important. For instance, my ping that just runs forever, right? That pings Google. But important to look at. E-cores never fucking used. Like occasionally you'll get Windows processes that use it. They aren't used. It's never used. Even a lot of Windows processes can't tolerate them because like their like drivers need to operate in real time. They need your fastest possible cores, right? They're just sitting there. There's tons and tons. They're just literally sitting idle. Almost every single 12 to 14,000 series has some level of E-cores on it, from anywhere from like 4 to 16. Like that. No one is taking advantage of them. They're just sitting there. Literally just sitting there. So if like we go 12 to 14,000 series. 14K series. There's a frequency E-cores. 16, 8, Even 4. Down here in the 13400, guys, down here in our 6-core processor budget area, there's 4 cores. There's 4 E-cores sitting there. Right? Yeah, they're just literally sitting there idle. They don't do anything. Even the i3 doesn't have any E-cores down here, but they're just sitting there. They're literally, even 4. 16, 12, 8, 4. 8HX. 8, 4, 8, 4. 8, 8, 8, 4. 16, 8, 12. This is the 14,000 series. 4. The lowest end does not have any E-cores anymore, apparently, but they're there. Let's see. 12,000 series. Even the 12,000 series, I think it goes down pretty much the lowest end. E-cores 8, 4. Oh, no, it doesn't. The 6-core models do not have E-cores on them. So, but for the most part, they're still there on the i9 and the i7 models, and even some of the i5 models. Right here. Yeah, they just bought them. I bet everyone bought these. They're like, wow, I'm going to get the model. That's what I thought, by the way. Wow, I'm going to get the model with a bunch of E-cores on it. I bought a 1300K going like, wow, oh my god. I want this model with so many E-cores on it because it's going to make all this offload everything to it. They literally don't do anything. They just sit there. They just fucking sit there. I know it because I've owned one. They literally just sit there. You could buy literally, if you could get like the P cores, the 8 P cores at like the highest frequency. If you can get it at the highest frequency, like 5.2 even for boost. If you could pair it with 4 E cores, you'd probably be about the same experience as it. And if you could get this right here with this, you'd be at the same experience because nothing uses them. Absolutely nothing uses them. Anyways. They're fucking there. No one uses them. They're just AFK. Literally, the E-cores on most models are AFK. Once again, you cannot just throw the entire game on the E-cores. It will shit itself. There's literally a button in the BIOS you can set up. Well, it's actually just there where you can push a button and it shuts off E-cores. Yeah, I'm not even joking. That's actually a thing on motherboards for Intel. Most people probably doesn't even know it's there. The reason it exists is because sometimes you'll run games and figure out that they actually really suck because they'll try to start using the E-cores and they'll get all sorts of weird stuttering. There's threads all over the internet about this. All sorts of weird stuttering issues. You turn off the E-cores or just make sure that they're always on the P-cores. It's perfectly fine. Yeah. So, with a grain of salt. Another possibility, as mentioned, in addition to the E-cores and 12 to 14,000 series, is the ample headroom that's available on people's GPUs. Mine is running at 50% even with almost all the settings turned up. I don't know how this kind of gets more specialized, but CUDA and OpenCL are programming languages for GPUs, the compute languages for GPUs. You can run programs on your GPU besides, and parallel tasks especially, like, let's say, pathfinding, you can run on a GPU itself. So you can actually offload different things to CUDA or OpenCL for a GPU. Preferably OpenCL, because that would be NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel. And I guess ARC is Intel, right? So there's 3 different possibilities there where CUDA is only one, which is NVIDIA. You can technically run CUDA on AMD GPUs with a modified driver, by the way. But I suspect most people weren't going to do that, right? The benefit of using OpenCL, putting aside it isn't always as good as CUDA, is it can not only run on 3 different vendors, but most people have a dedicated GPU just sitting in the background. Or, an iGPU sitting in the background. You buy your Intel CPU, almost every single one has an iGPU built into it. It's doing nothing. Another possibility. However, the elephant in the room, as we've talked about before, which is right here, is one of the reasons they probably don't tell you that the sim is highly dependent on the hosts that are connected is because then it's like, why don't we just have dedicated servers? The end answer to that, by the way, is probably because it costs money and they didn't expect this game to have 400,000 people playing at launch. Now, more manageable numbers, 50,000 people playing, right? And at this point, would it be a question mark for probably be a pretty, I don't know, big line item for having dedicated servers, right? But at the end of the day, you can also manage that, so you can actually pick and choose what kind of experience people are going to have. Either way, I was looking for clever solutions to get around the whole possible peer-to-peer compute bottleneck, I want to say. And definitely 2 possible solutions here, which is E-cores, which definitely do exist. I don't like Steam Survey really sucks. They don't have enough differentiation between topic matter. Yeah, a lot of things. They just haven't updated in forever, guys. Steam is like this giant lumbering beast of a platform in which they basically do the bare minimum and they just print money. Fucking crazy. Where is the survey? They could do so much more with this, but they don't. Steam is such a shit show, guys. There's like menus inside of menus inside of menus that you're supposed to understand. Ah, look at that. Google found it. Isn't that great? Uh-huh. Let's see. Physical CPUs, because this matters a lot. Intel CPU speeds. This is such a shit show. Even show the generation? No, it just shows how many cores you have. How is this useful? Who is this useful to? Is this just E cores or is it P cores? What does it even mean? They have access to basically all the hardware in the world, guys, for gamers, and this is what they give you. This is Steam, by the way, $1 billion company. Valve, $1 billion company. And all they fucking give you is, hey, look, 21 CPUs. Like, what does that tell me? It doesn't tell me anything. Like, the most accurate one is the video card. Right? But weirdly enough, apparently a lot of AMD's GPUs aren't actually in here, and as such, it actually just like puts them under one particular GPU. I forgot which one it is, though. AMD Radeon Graphics. Yep. Look, there's a second one, AMD Radeon TM Graphics. This is a $1 billion company, by the way. This is something that developers depend on for shaping their games, right? Unbelievable. NVIDIA, on the other hand, all the GPUs are here. Good for them. That has absolutely no meaning in any way, shape, or form. Fucking crazy, guys. This has been why I've criticized this before, by the way. This has been this way for years at this point, where you should be able to see more information. You can't, because Steam doesn't allow you, because they don't care. They don't care enough to actually differentiate this. Like, let's say by CPU model and generation of CPUs, right? 12,000 series, and the model inside the 12,000 series, and then by the share itself, AMD versus Intel, right? Unbelievable. This is the tools that they give you to work with. It's been the same way for the last, what, decade and a half at this point? When did the Steam survey first come out? Like, yeah, it's like a decade and a half ago. Here, look at the Intel CPU speeds, guys. Very helpful. Very intuitive. Yeah, this tells you so much. They could give you all the information from someone's computer, and this is what they give you. Crazy. Yeah, well, anyways, I can't help you out there. I thought maybe you'd be able to see the 12,000 series or 14,000 series and the percent of Steam users that actually possess them, but nope, they don't. So, can't figure that one out. But either way, what you can figure out, however, is that everyone has a GPU. And most people that own an Intel CPU have an iGPU that they aren't actually using, which very much could be utilized for something, assuming that it's on, could very much be utilized for something, at the very least, whether or not there's actually, this is an addition to headroom itself that is available on the GPU that they might already have in their system. And you can obviously partition off part of the GPU performance for the simulation itself, especially for lower-end computers that are, a lot of people, like weirdly enough, a lot of people will not care or de-emphasize the importance of a CPU. They think the only thing that really matters is the CPU. And as such, they only ever upgrade their GPU, and their CPU lags behind their GPU a lot. So they'll go out and buy a 4080 or something like that, and they're sitting there on their 6-core CPU from 5 years ago, and they think it's fine when it's not. So a lot of potential there because of just the way the asymmetrical way people upgrade their computers, and oftentimes, by the way, I'm not saying you need a 7950X3 because you don't, but there's plenty of people that have very, very antiquated CPUs compared to their GPU, and you have plenty of headroom that's available there. And you can partition it off so one doesn't influence the other resource-wise. But another option. Either way, thought these are very important. We've talked about them a couple different times on stream, but I put them into words here and made entries for them on our spreadsheet here. Also, we've talked about new and better biomes. They've already started doing this, by the way, which the new one released this last week, I think it was, which is the Dagobah biome. It's not called Dagobah, but it's clearly Dagobah, right? The Dagobah biome, and we talked about that quite a few different times, including our patch notes. Last 2 major patch notes, I believe we discussed it. So it's been a while. And it's important because this is clearly people were getting sick of the original biomes in the game, which is correct, right? Getting sick of the original biome because all that really was changing was the color of it, and that's pretty much it. The amount of structures, amount of geographic structures just around, that's pretty much it. Same shit, different color. And then caking fog and post-processing on top of it. So. Good. Anyways, I thought these were important to cover. These are definitely big ones that I added to the list here. Got Predator Vision and Jetpack Revamp on here that I haven't taken time to do yet. Probably add those at some point. Either way, these are pretty big ones. These are optimization category. I guess you could say there isn't really stuff where I can just go, oh, optimize this, one of those things, right? Because I'm not a developer. I don't know what's going on in their game code as far as that's concerned. Like, I'm not a developer. Not a programmer. I don't know what's going on in their game code. And as such, I can't really, offer. I have no idea what's going on in the background. We can only, like, let's say, look at the new planet, realize that my Cmax, which is one of my cores, is being maxed out, and my overall utilization is dropped out. So one of my cores, which is Cmax, is basically operating at what it is on other planets, but my overall utilization across all 16 of my cores is lower, which means it's bottlenecking on something somewhere in the code. Something somewhere is bottlenecking things, and it's particularly on one thread. A lot of games have issues with one thread getting overloaded, and then it won't load to the other CPU cores because it all depends on that one. Big offenders of that are usually MOBA games, which will have like one thread really running really hard, and then everything else is like none of your cores are being utilized because it's not multi-threaded well. This game generally does a pretty good job, as you can see with like I said, it's normally my overall utilization is around 75%, and my Cmax is around 92, which is one of my cores at about 92%. With the most recent Dagobah, on Dagobah, it's around 64% across the board and still around 92 or 90%. So something isn't working kosher there. What it is, I don't know. I can only theorize. I just know that something's being hamstrung and changes depending on the planet. Other people have also noticed that they don't notice the core utilization, but they notice that their performance is lower on Dagobah, and they assume it's something like graphics, like, oh, the graphics just look better, therefore it's GPU. My GPU is still, it's using basically, it's still around 50%. I'm not GPU bound in any way, shape, or form. It's not the GPU. There's something CPU-wise that's going on there. And that's all basically I can offer on that, because I don't know what's happening, but there's clearly something going on in Dagobah. Either way, cool shit. A lot of different options. Nothing here about Dagobah in terms of performance, though. So, we've talked about all these things, and there might be reasons that they can't do it or they don't want to do it, such as integration of physics into their game. It'd be a big undertaking. Depends on what their current physics engine looks like in their game itself and whether or not they can even do it. Maybe they have a internal implementation of physics that they can do, which is, by the way, physics offloading will also be something along the lines of OCL or CUDA as well, depending on what they're doing with it. But anyways, cool stuff. Alrighty, guys, let's move on. Oh, so we might be playing the new expansion pack for Riftbreaker at some point here. We'll see. Take a break from Helldivers 2 since things are slowing down anyways. Change things up. Let's see. New coffee brand I have is super bitter. Not a fan. I got a new half calf brand and it's or creamer, I guess. What do we got on the Reddits, guys? What are they bitching about? Let's find out. Reddit's always a joy to read through. Heavy enemy elite bots. You know? Oh, you mean because it's a giant dot on the map? We've talked about that a couple different times. Yeah. No. Walkers show up as big dots on the map even though they aren't. We're talking about random callouts, so maybe not the same thing that I've experienced. Talking about random wrong callouts for different things. Previously had new voice lines. They're always adding new voice lines to the game. I point them out every time we hear them. Another one of those things that almost no one notices, by the way. Now, just along with the tiles, when every single tile change, or not every single tile change, when the tiles change to the procedurally generated tiles, I'll point out once a new layout, which I've done ever since I noticed it, which was basically a week after the game was launched, a week and a half after the game was launched. They can push new tiles, by the way, without actually updating the game, which we've talked about as well, which is actually really cool, by the way. Here every day. People find it annoying when you just shout out enemy unit. That's because it's a generic callout. A lot of stuff you could actually do with AI, by the way. Very easily do with AI. A lot of people don't want to do that, though. AI makes voice acting so much easier, assuming you get a voice that actually sounds normal. Yeah, because then you can have particular callouts for everything. Those are basically lines that they have to record for every single thing. Also is why I wish there's more voices, like voice packs, but there isn't. Every time someone asks if it's worth it to buy the game right now.
If you're strong enough. If you're strong enough.
What? Yeah. I guess because it's a meme? Upvotes? Meme? Upvote the memes, guys. DAT recoilless one-shot gunships even if you don't hit the engines. Spear should down gunship even if you don't hit the engines. Yes, it should. Quasar should too, but it does not. I guess they wanted to make it a little bit more harder. But when you're using that, like, the weird thing is, guys, we talked about this before. This is the reason that you should be using the autocannon. The autocannon is much more forgiving when you miss against the bots. It is much more forgiving on pretty much every single unit if you don't hit the weak spot, because it's high fire rate and it does a shitload of damage. There's really no reason that you shouldn't be using the autocannon. And one of the reasons that you realize that these other things suck is because you've used the autocannon and you realize how much better the autocannon is. Once again, it's one of the reasons the autocannon probably should be nerfed, or everything else basically against bots needs to be brought up. They nerfed the recoilless. Green? Just a visual bug? That's a visual bug. I see. There'd be bigger booms too. You can see his gun underneath the recoilless. Good stuff. Close the Matter Bay pocket. People are strategizing, guys. Oh my god. So obviously if we cut off the bots, it'll cut off their supply. I'm actually kind of curious on whether or not this even would work, because this is basically one of the first cases where I think we've actually done it, because no one sees the supply lines. So if we actually do cut it off, would it actually matter? They actually might just make it so it was next to impossible to cut off Matar too. They'll actually just make it so it's next to impossible to cut off Matar. And the reason for that being is because they have a narrative going in the background right now they want to complete, so. Because they can pick and choose how many units are sent to what location, you know, how fast you can actually progress on a certain planet, right? That's one of the reasons it's a narrative. And one of the, like we talked about before, even if they add the lines to the game, is it even going to matter? For the most part, stuff that Joel wants to do, he's going to be able to do regardless. It's a GM. He's a GM. He can do whatever he wants. And arguably, you can make up lore behind that too, because you have no idea how many enemy units are in existence, or where they are, or how fast they're moving, right? So, you don't know how big the bug force is and the bot force is. There's no indication on the size and scope of the military that you're actually fighting. Went to a mission that had only one point of interest. Is this Nuke the Nursery? No. Huh. That's weird. At least that's what's discovered. It's not a very interesting place, my thoughts. Ah, good shit. I mean to hurt your feelings, but... Hurt my feelings? What? What? Running gear doesn't mean they're actually good at using it? No way. Don't defend Enigmar. Enigmar? Go liberate Vendalonian. Okay. The bots. Adjudicator V0.5. Buff the Liberator Penetrator, and my life is yours. Oh yeah? Penetrator has very, like, all the assault rifles guys suffer, well, almost all the assault rifles need buffs anyways, but the Penetrator definitely suffers from lack of magazine ammo. All the assault rifles, SMGs, and DMRs suffer from lack of extra mags. Not the magazine size itself. Well, some of The counter snipe needs a larger mag to begin with, but that aside, it needs a larger clip, excuse me, needs a larger clip. That aside, all of them need more magazines, mainly because even though they're very strapped for ammo, they can't actually do that much with the ammo that they have. It's not even like they aren't really like super OP when they have the ammo, so it doesn't really even matter that much if they had extra ammo mags anyways. As it goes, Penetrator definitely probably needs buffs. A lot of the assault rifles need buffs. I think the Tenderizer is actually, as we've talked about a few different times, I think the Tenderizer is a prototype, meaning it's a weapon that they're kind of seeing how it works in the wild before they actually look at buffing the assault rifles that are there. Because it is astronomically different in terms of its usefulness compared to the other assault rifles. That being said, compared to the Adjudicator still has a place because it's still, the medium penetration actually does make up for a significant amount of damage loss that it has DPS loss compared to the Tenderizer. Tenderizer, on the other hand, definitely can be used to laser off limbs, which is, limbing with it is actually really good, which we've talked about, decent. And you can kill charges with it by limbing them, once again. Not many weapons that you can do that. Actually, no weapons you can do that with, even though the Stalwart, after the durable buff, the Stalwart looked like the winner of the durable damage contest. It wasn't, it was actually the Tenderizer. We tried using the Stalwart, I think it just doesn't have enough penetration just to even do anything with it. It doesn't penetrate in the first place, so you can't really attack limbs that matter. It doesn't even do like light armor pen, I think it's like 0. And the machine gun just is too slow to actually keep up with fast moving limbs. So, the Tenderizer is basically where it's at, as far as I know, and it seems to honestly do more durable damage than other weapons, which I still don't understand completely, but is the case. You can use it to kill big heads, you can use it to kill corrosive and ticks, you can use it to kill the corrosive bugs and ticks, and chargers if you are savvy enough with it. So, yeah, I think the Tenderizer in general, this goes for all the assault rifles, by the way. This isn't just the Liberator Penetrator. This goes for all assault rifles that need to be buffed, and I think they're working on it right now. And gun differentiation also needs to be taken into account, which has not been a thing yet, and that was a long-term thing we discussed way back prior to the 17,000 upvoted Reddit thread that showed up after we talked about it on stream. Gun differentiation is incredibly important to the game and to making weapons feel as though they have a niche and that they're good at certain things and not better at other things. So, yeah. Also, by the way, why I started making a spreadsheet, so when ideas kind of disseminate through the community, you know, we can go and look at the spreadsheet and see where they are. instead of having reference my streams, which is incredibly cumbersome. But alrighty, guys. Anyways. Yes, this needs to be buffed. All the assault rifles need to be buffed. What definitely would help with the buffs as well is differentiation of the weapons themselves. So, even the Tenderizer right now, where it's kind of a jack-of-all-trades, ace-of-none sort of scenario, it's not, like, it still doesn't outshine, like, let's say, the shotguns, right? So. Away. Away. Alrighty. Here every day, guys. Look at this. This is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Like I said, I think there's somewhere around like 40-some items that are going to end up here that I have not completely added yet. There's a lot of things in this game, a lot of things that need to be addressed too, and the balance between the items themselves. So, I think you can actually date this too, so you can see changes over time that I've added to give a better idea that stuff isn't just copy-pasted off Reddit, which I fucking hate. Reddit seems to do it to me. It doesn't usually go the opposite direction. It has links. I found out you can just add links inside of Excel. Oh, shit. Okay. Alrighty, guys, let's move along. Time for some Helldivers 2. So maybe tomorrow we'll do Riftbreaker? Maybe do Riftbreaker tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. Nothing really on the docket, just more of the same, and the bugs and bots seemingly have gotten easier, which makes them a lot less fun. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to go watch my coffee cup out, guys, and grab a soda. I will be right back. 1 second. I made a whole guide to improve the game. Yes, I did. I've been doing it literally for the last 4 months, and it's time to get it all in one place. It's all stuff that we've discussed over the last 4 months in various off and on in various forms. Time to put it in one place so I can use it as a reference to get hired by Arrowhead. Nah. I'll be back. Dude. Price of 12 packs went up again. I had to buy 24 packs of soda. And they just have Pepsi. Who the fuck drinks Pepsi instead of cherry Pepsi? How is it a thing? Why would you ever want to drink cherry Pepsi over Pepsi? Or why would you want to drink Pepsi over cherry Pepsi? How is it a thing, guys? Crazy. Normal Pepsi sucks compared to Cherry Pepsi. Hope they listen. Well, they've definitely listened over time. For various different changes, the new biomes. Well, I mean, you can't like. It's tough to say whether or not they're changing stuff because I'm suggesting it, or whether or not they're just internally seeing them, basically coming to the same conclusion, right?
Eagle Sweat. With an all-new formula containing 83% more sweat. Eagle Sweat. Don't just smell it. Live it.
It is. I mean, it's pretty good. Like Mountain Dew flavors too. Like I'm not a big Coke or Pepsi guy, but Cherry Pepsi, pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good. Normal Pepsi, however, I can't drink Coke anymore, by the way. Like just normal Coke, it like literally eats my gut. Way too acidic. Love Mountain Dew, though. All the flavors of Mountain Dew. Good stuff. Let's see. Eradicate. I don't want to do that. We have a Fuckbay. Eddington. They're still on Dagobah. Excuse me, Crux. You mean Dagobah? Yeah, Dagobah. Well, let's go take a look and see what the bugs are like tonight, because we can. And maybe take a look at bots. Eradicate. 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 Where are the blitzes? What the fuck is this? Carry 7-Up. Yeah, I'm not a big, I don't know what you call that, like, fuckbay? Sparkling, soda drinker? Like lime soda? Like Sprite? By the way, if you want a diet soda that almost tastes identical to Sprite,
successful. Hellpods primed.
gotta change categories.
Mission coordinates locked.
Oh, hey look, I'm already in Helldivers 2 on Kick. Alright. That. Oh, I was talking and just chatting. Oh. What are you doing? You're supposed to be in the Helldivers category. I'll fix it for you. It is Mountain Dew Zero. Tastes almost identical to Sprite. Free. Oh, it's Mountain Dew. And it basically has zero sugar in it, so. Different artificial sweetener.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
I mean, you don't need to be on a diet to want to eat better, so. Might have to restart. We'll give it another 30 seconds. I mean, to be fair, you can actually find diet sodas that taste pretty good. Diet Mountain Dew probably be one of the better ones. Diet Dr. Pepper, Coke Zero, probably my favorites. Diet Dr. Pepper is very good too. Mountain Dew Zero, Alright. They do. Normal sodas have... Well, it depends on which one you have. Like, a zero is going to have a different sweetener, artificial sweetener than normal diet sodas. Why they taste different. But Tola's not good. Well, sugar's not good, too. You take diabetes or sugar? It's a trade-off.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
Lots of research out there. No one's really made correlations for artificial sweetener like doing bad things for you. I think like the only negative research for artificial sweeteners is they don't trigger. Oh, that's HFCS. Never mind. It doesn't trigger the full feeling as opposed to normal sugar. That's HFCS as opposed to just normal sugar.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Sugar is better tasting. I don't think anyone is disagreeing with that. Also, different types of sugar taste different. So, if you ever have the throwback, throwback Mountain Dew, for instance, or any of the throwback Mountain Dew variants, they use cane sugar instead of HFCS and taste different. Yeah. Here to keep me company?
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Okay. Yeah, fuck you too. And cue 15 seconds from now when we get another teammate. Yeah, beet sugar is what a throwback soda uses, though. Mexico, if you ever heard of the Mexico, was it Mexico Coke or Mountain Dew? You use beet sugar instead, or excuse me, use cane sugar. Throwback is beet sugar. It's different. A lot of people really like the Mountain Dew, Mexico Mountain Dew. Weirdly enough, when I was in Europe, by the way, the soda there tastes different. A lot of things are localized for the area, by the way. Yeah, so the Pepsi and Coke products in Europe actually use, I think it's cane sugar. They use cane sugar in them, and they have a lot less sugar too. They're like, it's like 35 grams instead of 42 or 32 grams. Either way, it's like a third less sugar, and it actually tastes better. It's more fizzy too. I actually like the European version of Coke and Pepsi products. They just taste better. Everything in the U.S. is very inundated with sugar. Even though that's still a lot of sugar, it's not as much sugar. I was wrong. Restart. Love this Helldivers related conversation. Okay. I talk about anything and everything on my stream, dude. There are plenty of people that literally just play a game and have no personality and just sit there and never talk. I'm not one of those people.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Try changing the location.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Plenty of time at which I don't have anything to talk about, though. That does exist. We can just sit here in silence and contemplate nothing. Well, I tend to think about everything when I'm silent, but not everyone does, you know?
The Democratic Council ensures that all elected leaders act in accordance to the values we all share.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods. Alcubierre drive calibration complete.
What? They need to occasionally make that fail, guys. What are you supposed to do then? I don't know. There's a lot of people here. I don't know why we aren't getting a group. 7K on the planet? Why? Why? I mean, I haven't actually ever tried just going in solo and then SOSing and seeing if it actually boosts me. SOS sometimes does not work, so...
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Always good to have another hero on board.
There we go.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Hands. Okay. We got 3. Alrighty. Got the Japanese
Allied
guys.
destroyer has joined squadron.
Good. What? Tense heat. Busters, since that's on the docket, instead of our normal napalm. Lots of turrets for some reason. A man turret as well. Yeah. And a railgun. What is going on here? What is this?
Hellpod launch initiated.
Alright. I see. Uh-huh. Burr, 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 burr.
now and shoot you fall. Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
What is this? This is the nest?
Dropping a pin. North is close.
I'm not going to take credit for that, guys. I saw that on someone else's stream. Apparently, the fucking physics, the inherited momentum, the inherited velocity. Oh, Joel's trying to protect the nest. He sees me going for it. The inherited momentum isn't just for popping leg armor. It also... Wait, what? I think I hit a mob. Dear God. Push it thing? And his rocketeer just killed me. Jesus Christ, 25? Insane. Even Napalm has a tough time keeping up with it. That's why you gotta compare everything, guys, to Eagle Airstrikes, or just airstrikes in general. Eagle Airstrikes Cluster, Napalm. That bug hole has been open for a while. God. Like, it's not even fucking close. Oh, they think they HMG down the... Lots of grasshoppers. Lots of smalls. Joel, smalls don't do work. We already know this. So the physics in inherits momentum, as you guys see, or inherits damage. So when you dive or you move forward towards the charger when it's charging you, you do more damage and pop the leg armor on the superchargers. But apparently you can use it just to blow up the back end on them. No, yeah, it's not mine. That's not mine. I saw someone else do it earlier today. It's just a play on the charger pop, the arm pop. But works. Other people are apparently doing that now. Likely go like this, and it's gone. Like, you don't even need to really try with that one. That one's probably going to need to get fixed. The leg armor I like. That one makes it very easy to kill a supercharger. I just saw someone shoot past me for some reason. Already killed the nest. Nest.
New mag.
Good shit, guys. Some of the stuff, like, I like the idea that you can pop the leg armor, then kill the supercharger, but if you can just, like, literally dive towards it and just shoot its pooper and then dies, it seems a little bit too easy. Radar. This is objective? That's radar.
Tactical asset near your possession.
You got the back leg. Yeah.
Requesting air support.
Some way. That.
Gotta fix this Liberty-forsaken arm. Ending in an eagle.
Calling down a sentry.
Got it? Might have to abandon this.
Fog tunnel.
What? 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 I'll wait till a couple pop. Like that. Get a nice meaty cluster back there. Oh, that is beautiful! It's like a fucking 30 kill cluster on a relatively normal looking bug hole. And you get one of those every 24 seconds, guys. But something like a barrage needs to be like precision strikes, gas strikes. They all need to have their efficiency improved because it's just not anywhere close. But inside the damage, it's not even anywhere close. Crazy. Back around. Lots of smalls, guys. Smalls don't do shit, regardless of what Reddit thinks. Oh, you might be dead. Fuck off. Beetle swarm. Beetle gang. If there's any supplies here, we're gonna do that.
Engaging terminal. Out of ammo.
That's beautiful. Lots of smalls, though. All you have to do is drop a cluster on it and it kills almost all the units, so. Not sure why my teammates are here. They should go do something else, other than watch me raise a radar. I mean, I guess if you want to do the radar, I'll go do something else. Bye. Have fun, guys. You can sit there and watch the radar.
Sub-objective near your location.
Calling down a sentry.
Got the back leg. Oh, I actually got the pooper. Look at that, it got the back leg and the pooper. It's pretty crazy. Alright, we got a long ways to go. Since they kill everything around my position, let's go across map.
Requesting objective equipment. Mission map updated.
New mag.
Stalker nest. I expected to find a full nest over there on the right.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Mission progress log.
Rare sample acquired.
Thief over here too. Happy Sunmon, guys. Hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Added new entries to the rebalance spreadsheet. The BS balance, I guess you could call it. Oh, because BS is short for bullshit. Oh.
Tagging map. 8 bar. Blood tunnel breach.
What the fuck? Oh my god. We need to get that out right away. We need a stim. Did not go off.
Reinforcing.
Yep.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Heavy. Southwest. Close.
Are these guys legit following me across the map? He literally left to go across the map. The entire team. Well, one of the guys. P3's out there doing work. Oh, he gave up. Joel needs to adjust the leash ratio, or the leash range on the AI, so they don't follow you so hard. Like, they should have unleashed and went to the other objectives, right? I don't want to respawn these guys.
Reinforcing.
MP3 dead. He's all alone. He needed people's help. No one's over there. They all just ran after me.
Calling down a sentry.
Another one here. Oh. It's actually just hunters.
Reloading.
Got through him.
Requesting sentry.
Like, what are you doing, Lazug? S2, literally go do something else. It's like somewhere, anywhere other than near me. Go away. Your teammate needs you. Oh, you're gonna do the artillery? Okay, I'll go do something else then. Go do the artillery then. Jesus Christ. By the way, that's one of the reasons we actually started playing my own lobbies, or excuse me, I started joining lobbies, is to get away from people that seem to want to handhold me a lot. Like, they just want to come over and hold my hand, and I'm not really into the hand-holding life, you know? I'm more solitary,
Northwest, 100 meters.
or like a hobbit, you know? Maybe a hermit, not a hobbit, a hermit, you know?
Requesting sentry. Enemy elite. Northeast, close.
Last reload. Bug outpost spot.
Crew! Did I not reload? Oh, that's not good. Alright, let's go over here real quick and see what's in here.
Bug tunnel breach.
Hey guys.
Bugs.
That was accidental.
How about a nice couple?
Alpha hunters in here.
To democracy.
The really bouncy guys got to kill right away. Dead. Not dead. Back around the side. Head around the edge of the building. Here's the charger. We're gonna get hit by this. I have no stem. Oh my god, I'm still alive, guys. Never underestimate the potential of literally just laying down. Oh, we might be dead. We're definitely dead. I have no ability to run now.
Package acquired. Drop-in package.
As for muscles are incredibly important, by the way. Muscles help you so you can actually get over the sand dunes or hills much easier. Actually makes a pretty big difference. That's why I used to take muscles. I think I'd still take muscles if people are not going to take, it's the Alpha Hunters. See those guys going long? There's 3 different variants of hunters now. There used to be 2. One is just your normal hunter that kind of lags back and kind of gets a little feisty, and then they'll start like threatening to jump on you and such, like that guy sitting there. The alphas are the guys that start hopping around a lot, getting around your sides, start crawling around you really, really fucking fast. And then there's flankers that you'll occasionally get 1 or 2 that just try and run around your side. Gold barrels, beautiful. You'll get like 1 or 2 that really try to flank you hard.
Tagging location. Cancel that.
Missed. But fucking feisty. We need to hook him on the edge here. Made.
Fire in the hole.
Why are these guys? There's the 5 millionth. Look at Z4. Go by Z4. Don't follow me. What are you doing over here? Go away. Go away. Shoo. Shoo, shoo, shoo.
Calling down a support weapon.
Go to the nest here.
Tagging map. Northwest, 300 meters.
I'll save you, my lord. I'm coming to help you. Alright, let's go across the map now. Again, back to where we were. Well, it seems like we're getting more units today. Whether or not that matters, I don't know. They load in 2 EMS rounds, 2 explosive, and a mini nuke. What do we have on the ground here, guys? Let's smoke. Okay. Let's assess. Nothing down here. There's anywhere from 1 to 3 extra rounds. After you load it. Oh, okay. So they did actually pick the best rounds. Alright. We had to critique their sea floating. You grab this yet? Pick up some stims too. They did not.
Reloading. Rare sample acquired.
Samples for the kids. They eat samples, guys. They literally, their digestive tract has been democratically approved to consume samples raw. It's a delicacy, actually. They get all their nutrients from it. Samples and go west of the nest that for some reason they abandoned earlier. I literally went over there to do side objectives and then they just follow me and then they didn't do them. Dancing, guys. Joel, are you manually controlling this Biotane? Is that why he acts so janky? Okay. Well. Where's he at, guys? I know he's around here. By the way, we did talk about how they could eventually add peer-to-peer to this game, or not peer-to-peer, a PvP in this game. It wouldn't be in a traditional sense, it would be more in the... This is gonna fucking pop up on Reddit. That's why we have a spreadsheet, by the way, now. Be more in Left 4 Dead sense, which is you control the exotic units. Well, depending on what they want to give you. You control the exotic units, you're not meant to just instantly kill everything. I literally can't move right now for some reason. Grenade! It's easier. This works in headshots. No, it doesn't. Actually, it doesn't even look like I hit him in the head. It looks like I hit his leg.
Requesting air support. Requesting sentry.
Go where I hit the arm? Oh, it must be that it was fucked up. I did hit him in the head, so I guess the damage is off.
Sending in an eagle.
Dead. Get in deep enough. That's what she said. She said?
New man.
Wait and gather them up.
Requesting air support.
A little peacock dance. We should be safe. Unless Bull tries to throw some outliers on us. Okay. Normal charger.
Marking location. West.
Yep.
Calling down a...
Right.
Rare sample acquired.
Nest.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Let's see. trying to group them all to hit the charger. Oh, they're lollygagging. Man, that really fucked with things. But
Requesting sentry.
Requesting air support.
bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. It decided, I don't know if they hit it. Yeah. No alert. And they did a butt bump. Oh, he's still alive. Oh. Let's see what we got over here. We got something.
Here comes the cavalry.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
That actually hit in the pop panel, and it didn't do damage. I don't know if the charger's actually... Apparently he can walk faster in the sandstorm than I can. Even while running. He hit something. Yeah, there's a lot going on over there, guys.
Prosperity.
Fucking shit. I think the sandstorm's only hurting me. It's not even hurting the enemies. It's just hurting me right now, guys. Bunch of... Christ. Hey, look, we got more biotines. Oh, it's tripping me. Like 4 biotines behind me? Yeah. Static field. Oh, no, no. We just got stuck on the back of the fucking charger.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
No. I think that's another static field if I remember right. Someone took my fucking quasar, or did it explode somewhere? There it is. I literally got... He like ran around in front of me like a pit maneuver, cut me off, even though he fucking died in front of me, and then I got stepped on. While I'm getting chased by like fucking 4 biotines. That's fucking hilarious. That's great, by the way. Love that shit. I don't know if that's intentional or not. Joel does some really fucked up shit. Such as the kickback maneuver, where the charger, it's a really asshole thing, by the way. I'm not a huge fan of it. There's a really asshole maneuver, which is where the charger will actually kick you back into the biotine. Like, it's not anything to do with physics interaction. Like, he'll just scriptedly kick you back towards the biotine, or towards the center of a swarm. So, coming for your home, guys. Coming for your home. Yeah, do we have to... Is this a buddy system? Do I need to hold your hand? Do I have to hold your hand here? Ground. There we go. I don't have... my spring wasn't running. Shit. These bugs are hella rude. It's fantastic. I'm not a fan of Reddit difficulty that's in the game now. I like this shit.
Rare sample acquired.
But I'm on Helldive 4. I'm not on here for the Reddit experience, so we can get some participation medals. That's not why I'm playing the game.
Throwing grenade.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, I got that one. Huh? Once again, there's a reason why we actually play. We actually play solo games. Or not solo, queue into other people's games. Shit. Maybe I'll have to make the command so it's less spammy. We covered it at the beginning of the stream, by the way. We added some new entries today, mainly with optimizations that they possibly could potentially do in the game. I don't have enough inside knowledge on the engine and how it works to know whether or not they'd work or not. But it's things that I can assess they probably have issues with currently in the game. Offering general optimization advice isn't really something that...
Dropping a pin, west, on my position.
Isn't really something you can normally do. Happy Sunday, by the way, guys. There's still plenty of stuff we have to add. We're slowly adding it. All the stuff from the last 4 months, guys, we've talked about. Just putting it all in one place so people can just go and read it. I have a point of reference, too, for when it pops up on Reddit and ends up with 17,000 upvotes. Fuck you, Reddit. You think I'm joking. You think I'm joking until you see it happen in real time. Well, not real time. You see it happen the day after I stream. Fucking hilarious. I think he's hurting himself so he can use stims. Cleared the map, guys. SEAL Team 6. This is pretty eventful, though. Still, there's only so much you can do with small units. At the end there, they had a nice, large... swarm of them, but they died right away. Despite what Reddit thinks, you can't just replace all the big units with small units and it's the same. You need an absolute shitload of small units. Which, maybe if they add flow fuel pathfinder to the game, is a potential, potential thing that could happen, right? I'd be all for seeing a couple thousand units charging at you in this game. That'd be great. Or should you get rid of the Joel barrels, guys? These are here just to kill you. They're not your friend. Joel giggles, Lily giggles every time. He probably has a stat counter for how many times people die of those. I swear there's some sort of weird collision with the models with the plasma grenade launcher.
Tunnel breach! Requesting air support. Mag's empty.
Very juice. Very big juicy.
Calling down supplies.
Lots of juice. You really need to fucking stand behind me? Do you need to stand behind me and shoot over my shoulder? There is 5 million places you could stand right now and use your railgun that isn't behind me. I get it, I'm a great meat shield, but you don't need to be there. I hate teammates. You got the back armor plate. Yep, there we go. Yeah, it's not just the carcasses, because like the geometry on them's off, the hitbox is off on them, and it feels like the interaction between the plasma grenade launcher and the hitboxes on units is off. We don't need to 500 kg this guy. He's dead.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Ah! Well, there's still that, guys. How do you survive that? I don't know. Okay. Burns here.
Stand by for takeoff.
Carcasses would also cause arcs to misfire sometimes, yeah. I mean, there's problems where it'll jump to dead bodies. I don't think that's necessarily a wrong thing. It might even be intentional. Reason for that being is you're going to arc to stuff that's just near stuff that you're shooting at, even if it doesn't, it lowers your efficiency of a weapon. The arc thrower and the tickler, excuse me, the blitzer. The tickler also have problems with units that are too close to you. You'll shoot through them, which is also very annoying, especially when like a hunter's right up in your shit. And you have to shoot him, and it just shoots through the hunter. Had that happen a couple different times. Some sort of weird desync issue. But the weird thing is, it's like we've tested it, we've looked at it, and the plasma grenade launcher projectile is, like, if you try to shoot terrain, is very close to what it actually is. But if there's a carcass in front of you, it's like, it could be that maybe the model for the carcass doesn't actually match the model on the ground. It's actually like, if you just imagine the unit just standing there, is what it actually is. Something's off on it, though. And it's very easy to shoot it, because the plasma grenade launcher balls are so big, it's pretty easy to hit stuff that you don't intend to actually hit. Guys, lots of kills. Lots of small units, though, even though we have a high kill count. This is like, what, 1,600 kill lobby? So this is pretty insane, by the way. This is a 1,600 kill lobby. But due to the composition of the units, it wasn't much of a challenge. Basically, a bunch of smalls, beetles, grasshoppers, stalkers. They did mix in some chargers and bile titans in there. But for the most part, most of these kills are very small units that couldn't actually get anywhere close to us, so... it's tough to summarize, obviously, looking at kill count to summarize the difficulty of the mission that you're just in. But in this mission, for instance, even though there's a large number of units, they weren't actually potent at all. You need to be able to attack from multiple angles at the same time with the swarm, so you can maximize, basically, the fodder wall and avoid having, just getting DPS down by...
Fast mission is a good mission.
Guess we can't even GG. Avoid having them DPS down by, like, let's say a cluster shot. A cluster bomb. Or napalm. Let's remake. Arc Bro is a pretty mind-numbing experience, though. I think there's some people that enjoyed it. But after it got nerfed, because they basically got rid of the animation cancel, got rid of most of the players because it reduced the DPS of the arc throw by like 50%. Or not 50, like 30. 25, 30%. Because you could no longer animation cancel it, which was increasing the DPS on it. That being said, it's a pretty mind-numbing experience. The same. Let's do another one. See if we got some nice feisty bugs tonight.
Hellpods primed.
It's a mind-numbing experience, much in the same way the plasma... What is it? The new plasma gun, the shitty one? What is it even called? The Retribution? The one that really sucks. So it doesn't auto-cycle when it gets to full charge, and this means you have to constantly min-max the fire on it, the purifier. And regardless of the potential DPS for it, with the build-up mechanics, one of the suggested tweaks I had for this gun is to have it auto-cycle every time it hits full charge, so you don't need to min-max when it fires. And this allows people to... It gets rid of the mind-numbing, annoying, really annoying aspect of using the weapon. They might even consider doing it to the arc thrower, too. And then see where people stand with that as far as how many people are using it. Even without tweaking the DPS on it or bug fixing it, I'd actually be very curious on how much people would actually use it if it auto-cycled.
Helldive Allied Destroyer has joined Squadron.
Which, I should add that to the spreadsheet right away, because we've talked about it in the past. All that is an entry, so we can do that tomorrow.
Orbit synchronized.
Plasma, what does this be? QL. Said this is QL. Plasma. Arc thrower.
Allied Destroyer has joined Squadron.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
This is an entry, and we'll fill it out tomorrow. It's a QL change. And I'm pretty sure regardless of the way the game's functioning right now, people would be more interested in using those weapons if they weren't so mind-numbing. Then again, maybe some people are using them because they are mind-numbing, so... I don't know! One of the reasons I don't use it is because it is just, like, literally just... I can't do that. Like, one of the things I really fucking hate about Dota, and I hate about League of Legends, is CS. It's one of the reasons I really like Heroes of the Storm, by the way. Even though no one plays Heroes of the Storm, and basically the comp scene is dead in it, I really, really enjoy Heroes of the Storm. No spread. Because there's no CS, there's a lot of things I like about it, but one of the big things is no CS. Basically, if you're in the lane next to the units when they die, you can pick up the experience orbs from them, and it gives you the full benefit. You don't need to last hit units, which I think is really, really boring and mind-numbing, when you should instead be managing other enemies in the lane. Working around the enemies. That's just a huge difference between Dota/LoL and... Dom, 2 Incendiary Breakers. Here's a Storm. One of the reasons I think a lot, like Heroes of the Storm, really did not catch on is because it literally is like MOBA 2.0. All the like the shit that gets you caught in, there's a 380, gets you caught in like pitfalls, like just things that, like, you know, building your items, it just isn't present. You can obviously build your unit and still fuck it up because there's like talent trees you go through in League of Legends. It doesn't have the same pitfall in LoL as like spending your gold unwisely on a wrong item. Conversely, you can't just get completely out of control with some sort of weird Reddit build. Now, I'd actually have here. Okay. Alright. Already got it. If you take off your fucking vitality. Go time already. No, don't. Okay. One thing I value the most, guys, out of any perk is vitality, followed by endurance. And if they take them off, one of the reasons I also leave generally the low-end perks for people that are newer to the game, because sometimes they don't have stuff unlocked. Like vitality. Or endurance, I think, is still something that people can get around 50. Endurance, I think, is like 35 or something.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
Calling down a support weapon.
But
Bugs, wet. Marking location.
right. Let's go wherever our teammates don't go.
Heavy, northeast.
Down here. There's Shrike Nest.
Reinforcing.
Might be a poo-poo tree down here, based on the amount of shit we're seeing.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Pretty good.
Bug tunnel breach. Sending in an eagle.
But you have a friend? Of course you have a friend. Off target. What the fuck are you doing?
New mag.
Jumped towards me for some reason. Alright.
Calling in orbital strike.
Bull's micromanaging units again. But if you're looking for, like, what do you call it? A milestone ideas, peer-to-peer, or excuse me, PvP in this game, I think would probably be one of them. Not in the traditional sense. Who's the objective D4?
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Sending out an SOS.
Wait to blow this up. Yes.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Bug outpost spotted.
Guys.
Reloading.
Fine man. Much easier when they don't actually spawn enemies. hunter squad back there.
Mission completion.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to
Pick
exterminate.
up ammo. Pretty good. Cover all the boxes. Corrosive bugs. So this swarmer right here, these hunters guys, was probably being managed by that guy that just DC'd. So he probably crashed. Which is why these units never transferred to a new host.
Allied destroyer joining squadron.
Why they're shut off. That's why one of the reasons I think the game is a peer-to-peer mesh. Okay. Alright, bud. Alright, bud. Alright, bud. Oh, well, these function against, corrosive bugs. We're about to find out.
Calling in orbital strike. Tunnel breach.
Alright, let's go north. Let's pick this up. Ah, so that didn't pop his pooper. Might have been I missed.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Oh my god, super credits! 10 cents, guys! Wow, that's so great! Oh my god, did you see the super credits for... He did. He was so impressed with all the super credits we just got. He's choosing not to do anything right now. It could also be shut off.
New mag. New mag.
People crashing? I can't tell exactly what's going on right now. Cool. What the fuck is going on, guys? That's off. I wiggled my mouse. Try and cut them around the side. This is aligned.
Have a taste of democracy.
Christ. The fucking area is literally riddled with bombs. Oh my god! The fuck is this? There's a fucking stalker there too. What the fuck is going on? Now they're teabagging me. Ah, is the spawn broken?
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Jesus Christ. The entire area is literally littered with dead corrosive bugs and fucking craters. Also, this guy is lagging, which is why he's not getting hit by that stalker right now. That guy should have probably been dead already. But we can't tell a ping there. We can only surmise. Either way, there's a pretty big difference between my ping and probably that guy, because I was probably controlling the units. Oh my god. Let me sneak in here real quick. Alright, we're gonna have to come back here. This is not a place we want to sit right now. Let's go find the stalker nest, which was apparently where our teammates were earlier in the game.
Bug tunnel breach.
Another reason, by the way, that it's pretty clear that there's a peer-to-peer mesh in the game is the desync you'll see with units and you.
Got a sample.
Someone else is actually hosting them. Thick bugs with bullying. I mean, you have a big back end, that's for sure. I like to spit on you. The what is it? The hd2re? Since that meme's going around right now. I'm not sure it's the kind you want though, but you know it does exist. Give you the hd2re.
Requesting air support.
Oh, that's hilarious. Ah, look at that. See? Look at that. Another group of people following me around. I guess he's doing an objective. Let's go northwest. We need to corral the teammates to go do the things while I do the other things so that they aren't following me around. It's tough to be as charismatic and exuding leadership qualities as me, you know. Just gets everyone to follow you around. They give you the hop to a...
Found something!
Like earlier, how we had that one kill, we had that one game with 1,600 cumulative kills, right? Corrosive bugs and ticks add, like, you can have a quarter of that number, and it'll be much more difficult, right? The reason for that being is they're a medium armored unit with a shitload of,
Reinforcing!
medium armored unit with a shitload of HP. It just takes forever to kill them. And they're actually, you have to work around them, otherwise they kill you. Pretty sure that stalker nest is still alive by the... Yeah, that... Oh, you killed it. My guess is there's something in here, by the way. That's why there's an open area.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Requesting orbital strike.
Go away, pink and green. Go away. Who's all alone at that objective over there? Don't you want to go help him? Just... The other objective over here on the side.
I'm on it.
Sub-objective near your location.
Hey, bud.
Mission progress logged.
Wait for him to stop so it doesn't desync and I miss.
Bug outpost.
Oh, that's convenient. Lovely. Wait, how the fuck did the generator just finish? What? We have a cheater in our game? This is definitely not done. No one was even over here.
Bug tunnel breach.
So cheaters can remotely finish objectives, guys, if you didn't know that. Yeah. We're leaving. There's a cheater in our lobby. Okay. Next game. We're in Alt F4 and restart the lobby. I actually probably should just Alt F4 in the first. Cheaters can remotely do your objectives. They can freeze objectives. They can restart objectives. They can drop in new objectives. We've legitimately seen them freeze the call-in on the last symbol where we couldn't push it. And then the guy, like 5 minutes later, as they cleared the entire map, came over and just called in the... they just called in the extraction point and replaced the current one. Yeah. I don't know. I just occasionally you run into... It's usually when the really weird shit starts happening. So someone in there was trying to troll me, I guess, because I didn't want to follow them around. Yeah. And if you look at this, the chain's gone, too. So the mission chain I was just on is no longer here. Yeah. Not exactly sure how that happens, by the way. If I Alt F4 or I leave? Actually, no, leaving wouldn't have restarted. That's actually normal. Never mind. That's normal, guys. However, that objective being done is not normal.
Capabilities.
Mission
Doing
coordinates
evac?
locked. Hellpods primed.
But, yep, that was a cheater.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
I guess they did not like the fact that I wasn't hanging around by them? Yeah. That's crazy shit. There's some weird shit going on in general where our entire lobby got cleared out, right? Early on, as you guys saw, but sometimes weird shit can happen, right? So that was like the first cue on that, and there wasn't really anything concrete. And people just kept leaving, too, just over and over again until we got a very particular group of people. Went over to the objective, and the objective was done in front of us. Other than that, there wasn't really anything weird going on in the match. We had some pretty good drops in there. But yeah, I have no idea. Occasionally you just see them, you run across them, you see things that happen, weird shit that happens in your games. Obviously, you can't even tell if they have ESP or an aimbot for the most part, right? So, it's just a really weird objective shit, and sometimes you'll see they can modify the patrols too, where they'll only spawn really low-level units. We legit in the same mission where we had that one guy that replaced the objective, they only spawned it was on bots on Helldive 9. The only bots that spawned were basic units and walkers on Helldive, which, as you guys know, doesn't happen, right? There's rocket devastators and shield devastators and Dagus. I don't think Dagus were out when this happened. Dagus and gunships, nothing.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Just all basic units.
Engaging
Obviously made it
orbital
very easy.
thrusters.
But you'll have that.
Orbit synchronized.
Counter snipe guy. One took my pot. Wow. He knows I'm a righty.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
And I had no idea who caused that, by the way, who was cheating in that last match, so I couldn't ban them or kick them either. So, way to figure it out. Let's see. A spread, you have to check for that, so you can use the small orbitals. Go back to clusters again. As a change of pace, we've used napalm for months, so. Alrighty. Counter snipe and Incendiary Breaker.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Good shit, guys. Well, next mission.
All the galaxy looks to you for
Like I said, because we're in the middle of a lull as far as Warbond goes, no shit, when we were talking about Riftbreaker, like, literally 3 days ago, the Riftbreaker dropped the DLC literally a day later, just out of nowhere. It's random happenstance. Talking about it with chat and Lux. Yeah, and then out of nowhere just dropped it. So, we might take a break and play some Riftbreaker. No one's going to watch it, by the way. It's a very, very niche game. But you'll only take anywhere from 3 days to maybe a week of gameplay. And then we'll go back to Helldivers. Considering it maybe this coming week, since we're mid-release cycle right now. And the lull in difficulty, Reddit 1. Reddit needs to learn that the game isn't fun even if you play on Helldive in its easy mode, so. Come my way.
Sending in an eagle.
Okay, about there.
For prosperity.
Very juicy. Another?
Requesting air support.
Might hit H3 because he's following me.
That's called democracy.
We're gonna go around the side and we're gonna go up north to the nest that they abandoned and the side objective. Hold her down here.
New man! Requesting air support!
But yeah, difficulty, if people are cheating, difficulty really doesn't even matter. Like I said, they can literally just adjust what units spawn, which is insane. But this is mainly a single-player game, and it's peer-to-peer, which limits, basically, how effective the anti-cheat can be for the game, even if it's kernel level. You can start messing with all the server-side stuff that would normally be on the server. Like unit spawns. But, is that a blade head? It is. And he just get down Mr. Presidented this guy. That is charger accessible.
Get some! Get some! Reloading!
Definitely shot your leg. Definitely just shot your leg again. Got some desync. There we go.
Dropping package.
It'll only take one shot to kill him. Traction. Hey, bud.
Is progressing.
Oh. Head him over here. See what's happening in the nest.
Bug outpost!
Okay, do that right there. Get our stand back.
Orbital inbound. Eat this!
I'm pretty confident there might be a bug with the grenade pistol, which is it'll explode mid-flight, even though it looks visually like it lands. If you hit it in, there's like a max distance. You can usually see this with like the
Tagging location. I need supplies.
large nests. Okay, that's not where we want to be.
Eat this!
Might have lost a pound of KG on the last one.
How'd you like the taste of free?
Good. Oh. That's an alpha. Make sure you always kill the alphas right away. Otherwise they'll kill you. Even your friend doesn't like you. Fucking Christ, guys. Yeah, we're out of 500 kgs. Bo really doesn't want me to have this. And then we got a charger mix in here too.
That's called democracy!
But if we can use him. There you go. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Hey, the butt plug. Serendipitous.
Found something! Rare sample acquired.
Guy lost his pooper. One of the downsides of using cluster bombs, guys, is this shit. They are much more lethal when they're missing their pooper. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is going on here? Alright, yeah. Okay, yeah. Alright, bye. Yeah, just leaving Dodge here, guys. Holy fucking shit. Don't break my legs. I'll teach you to not work with your teammates. Holy fucking shit. The fuck? They're all supercharged. Dead. Not dead. See if we can kite the chargers into the dance. There we go. Holy fucking, there's more. Stam, guys. Oh. You know.
Last reload.
You can't actually do much here. We're just hoping our legs don't get broken. We're 100% dead. Oh, there's stalkers too. What the fuck is that? What was it? That was like 7 chargers? 7 chargers, 4 bile titans. All sorts of shitbirds as well. And then we got stalkers at the end there. What the fuck is going on? Oh, hey, bud. Oh, and we're out of 500. Oh, I got it. I don't know when I got my 500 kgs back. There needs to be like a little ding-a-ling sound or something for when you get your stratagems back.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Just like in the movies. Okay. Oh, buddy. I haven't jumped through that, too. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think this qualifies as, nightmare difficulty?
Joining the fray.
There's more. It's all in this small little nest. It's like a medium nest. That's hilarious. No. He's gonna be a cluster. Oh my god.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
I want my gear back, guys.
Reporting to the front.
They do shit like that, make sure you get around the side and just throw a normal grenade in. Yeah, calm your tits. Okay. Well, they're literally camping my corpse right now. Run straight away from the cluster bomb. My teammates are going to die to that if they aren't careful. Might kill M4. It's fine. Can't move. Use the regen. Okay, yeah. Insult to injury, I get it. Alright. Do this, we're gonna run away.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Calling our alternate loadout here.
New mag.
Jesus fucking Christ. These are like the... There's, I would say multiple variants of the stalkers. These are like the super stalkers that, like, they two-tap you in the same combo. So, like, if you're on the ground and they hit you twice, you're dead.
Me to the enemy.
Oh my god. Okay, and we got the tight turn radius chargers. Of course we do. Run them along the edge here. There we go. Have time for your reinforcements. We need to find the stalker nest too. I think it's over here. Bugs. Yeah. It's something. It's fucking something. There. Okay, got him. Can't. Okay. Jesus Christ. I tried to prime the grenade and stun lock them in the grenade radius, and I swear to God, we just saw one back up so it didn't get hit by it. That's crazy. Oh, samples. Holy fucking shit.
Requesting orbital strike.
A pre-reload.
Sending in an eagle.
We'll grab our other shit that's now waiting here. But
Dropping a pin. Northeast.
Joel leave you here?
100 meters.
Joel totally left you here to do that. Okay. Once again, let's go to the nest. Okay. Bro. I don't know if that was intentional or not. I know there's the asshole knockback combo with the charger. I might have just got unlucky there with the angle. I was going to 500 kg that guy. I was like, nah, let's wait and gather them up.
Ready to liberate.
What the fuck?
Requesting air support.
That's something. Good. Oh, thanks, B2. I had no idea all my gear was there. Wow. You're the greatest by putting that mark on top of all the shit on the map. Couldn't have done without you. Are you like... Joel literally programmed you to do that? Stop that. Stop that.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Program them to go sit on top of my loot. Fucking hear those fuckers. We need to... Dead.
Reinforcing.
Another one. Fucking horror game. Holy fucking shit!
Down a support weapon. Calling in reinforcements.
I mean, if they want to make it where you can't actually solo the stalker nest. Oh. Well, we got close enough to see the stalker holes, guys. E2, he's being good fodder over there. Good for him. Moving a bile thing into position to block me off.
Tagging location.
Fucking shit. Head him back through. There we go. We need to stim immediately.
Helldivers never die.
Hide him through it. Yep. Again. I think the bile thing killed all of them. Yeah. Holy shit. No, a quasar though.
Calling in reinforcement.
Reinforcement budget running low.
What the fuck is this? There's another one behind me! Have any stims left? Got one. I swear to God that one just survived. Fuck you! Fuck you, bitch! Fuck you! Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! No! What the fuck is that? Oh my God!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
The plasma grenade launcher is generally pretty good at dealing with this shit too. Throw that there. It's pretty good at dealing with, like, when there's more than two though, you can't really deal with them. It becomes much more difficult, which is why I tried to pre-nade earlier. Christ.
Have a taste of democracy.
Knock it off the stem. Fade away. That's gonna kill my teammate, but he shouldn't be over here anyways. I don't know what's going on. Oh, that's so juicy. It's totally. Let's reload.
Reloading.
Totally gonna. Joe really does not want me to fucking. Oh my god. Joe really does not want me to have the stalkerness so bad. This is incredible. I haven't seen such a heavily defended stalkerness in a long time. There's one I've legitimately seen 8 stalkers come out of before, which is ridiculous. Oh, apparently somehow my teammates did the map. While we're dealing with this, our teammates are doing the rest of the map. I honestly... Oh.
Sending down equipment package.
Calling down a support weapon.
There's like, I think a better way of like, if we had a tenderizer, we probably could deal with it. An autocannon would also deal with this better. Like, I didn't come prepared to deal with an ultra stalker nest, so yeah. Gotta be fucking kidding me. Are you just gonna be able to sneak up on it and nothing's gonna spawn? Huh? Huh, H3? No stalkers anymore? Nothing? Where I am.
Requesting air support.
I just went over and saw it. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Reinforcement budget
You just walk over and fucking... This time there were only 2 stalkers. Jesus Christ.
Rare sample acquired.
Oh, if there's only a stat for number of stalkers killed per map. That's fucking crazy, guys. I have played an absolute boatload of Helldivers, and this is probably the hardest stalker nest I've ever seen. As far as like they're defending it too, like heavily defended. That's crazy. Just walks over and eagle airstrikes it. That's ridiculous. I probably died like 12 times or something. By the way, there are definitely loadouts that we could have used to take care of that compared to what we have right now, but obviously you can't change your loadout in the middle of the game, so it's not super specialized. Tenderizer probably would have worked out on them. Even the plasma grenade launcher, plasma punisher, like has a stagger to it, so you don't generally get overwhelmed unless there's a shitload of them. Hitting them with the grenade pistol definitely helped, though. Yes. Fun to do the northern objectives. We have no stratagems left, though. Or reinforcements left. Bypass the group here.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Calling in reinforcements. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Holy shit, look at that blob behind green. And we got escorts or patrols too. I'm doing my part. We're in our fucking super S tier missions right now. It says Diff 9. Diff 9s are not all created equal. Mission before this is pretty good too. Very aggressive alpha hunters right there. Oh, God. Maybe we should actually just go and extract. I have a very sneaky suspicion that this is going to turn out well. You get down, Mr. President, the charger? Oh, he's still alive. How are you alive? What the fuck is that? So after you pop the leg armor, guys, putting aside everything else that happened to that guy, after you pop the leg armor on him, it should really only take 1 grenade pistol round to kill him. That's it. Took 2, and then he still had a leftover. Definitely got some mutators on these bugs, that's for sure.
Supplies.
Aren't gonna stick around for a hell bomb here, there's no way. Tempting to not waste 5. Oh.
I got the terminal.
Wait. Oh my god. No, stop that. Go away. Don't touch it. That's convenient. Good shit. No. Oh, bro, not again. My PTSD is acting up.
Reinforcing.
Okay.
New mag. Rare sample acquired. Bug tunnel. Requesting air support. For prosperity.
Well, Beetle did a burrow behind me. Burrow needs a sound effect, so you know when they burrow behind you. That guy came from the east over here. Let's check. Fleet doing? They're trying. I think they're on pension. Fuck me.
Mag's empty.
We're having problems, guys. We are having problems. There was a lot of options there, and I didn't do any of them. I was too far to grenade pistol that. I should have switched to the Quasar right away, and I could have hit it. I was too far away to grenade pistol. Why is he leaving? Grenade pistol the stalker nest. Because once again, I'm pretty sure that even though visually it will hit, it doesn't actually travel the full distance. Like visually, it'll look like it hits and explodes, but we've definitely seen where we're attacking heavy nests from across the bowl of the heavy nest, like where we've landed shots inside the holes and they don't count. Like it just blows up partway through flight or it doesn't do damage. Somehow the projectile gets bugged out, which is why I didn't try to grenade pistol the stalker nest. So that was like, maybe I should throw 500 kg on it, but I was like, nah, that's a waste, right? I was like, nah, 500 kg is a waste. And I saw the hell bomb there, excuse me, the mini nuke sitting there. I was like, oh, well, the mini nuke's there in case I need it. And then I was like, I'm going to take out my Quasar, and at this point, basically, everything's sneaking up on me, and then I got hit by a charger while I was fucking around with my shit. Yeah. And then we didn't use we didn't do the mini nuke. We did not even try grenade pistoling the fucking stalker nest. And I didn't even use my 500 kg. Oh, that's incredible.
Marking location.
T-minus 1 minute. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Our guy, our friend here, is just going to get inside the...
Ready to liberate.
Orbital. 100 meters.
Go away, Beetle. I don't need... God damn... Go away! God damn. Priest him.
Got a sample. Rare sample acquired.
It's like a Beetle Mafia. Which is hilarious, because beetles always used to be like the most useless thing in the game. Well, grasshoppers are probably the most useless thing in the game now. We're doing that right there. M4 should be on the other side, so he's fine. God. No. No. Why? Okay. Mini nuke here still. And 500 kg because of the small radius.
Say hello to democracy.
God damn. Fucking alpha right there. Ow! We're gonna hit the ground. We have to. Good again. Get rid of some of the fodder around me. Fucking Christ. Right there. I don't know how my teammates alive.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Holy fucking shit. Fuck you.
You mad?
Ah, that's incredible. That's what we like to see, guys, not lollygagging around the map, picking up samples. Fuck that shit. Reddit can do that. Put a giant R in the top right corner for, over the difficulty for Reddit difficulty. Nothing else, by the way. Somehow H3 is alive over here, and hasn't managed to run into the ship and extract.
Tagging location, south.
See if he actually shows up.
Requesting air support.
Alright, I guess we're gonna clear a bit. Try and aggro.
Freedom forever.
Perfect. 500. I can't get in there.
I need stems.
One of the toughest, so you can actually maneuver. Oh no, you can actually maneuver around the. See if he can type us in. There we go. I think I'm just gonna go around the backside. I'm gonna grab the samples and try and extract. We're down to nothing. These guys are extra fucking feisty. There's too much shit here. Then behind us. He's actually gonna try and. So one of two things happens, by the way, when we're at the extract right now. One of two things can happen right now. One is they'll keep spawning enemies. Jesus fucking Christ. And there's almost no way to fend them off. That's fucking beetle. Goddamn road bump. Like, ew, just the beetle, just sitting there like a roadblock. How you're alive, I have no idea, bro. Big guy on the left? Yeah. So, the tickler, which this guy's using, can be pretty good. It's tough to tell, by the way, if they're just going to keep spawning or if, oh my god. I don't know how this guy's alive. He's like not even running either. The tickler's pretty good at crowd control, but eventually it reaches a point where you get overwhelmed. And this is definitely one of those matches. Because of a shield. His pooper. Looks like the enemy's slowed down, by the way, so we might be able to recover from this. Is he? Did you just finish watching Starship Troopers? Yeah.
Calling down a support weapon.
Fantastic games tonight, by the way. This is pretty good. I missed this. This game oscillates so much in difficulty, guys. We just have, like, potato difficulty, where you just walk around and pick up stuff, and you see, like, a couple bugs. And then you have whatever the fuck this game is, which is insane. I must have died maybe 14 times, 15 times now. There's definitely more patrols showing up. I would not fault this guy for just picking up the samples and just, like, just extracting right now. I don't think that's a problem. He should actually just go and do that. Like I said, it's very difficult to gauge whether or not you can actually recover in a situation like this, or if he's just... I think he's just pushing his luck at this point. We're pushing the luck. This is a very, very active hell dive. There you go. Take the samples, bro. Take the samples! The kids need the samples! They crave the commons! Anyways, the Blitzer is actually a pretty cool weapon in that it's basically... There's a category of weapons in this game that almost no one talks about, which is the CC weapons. They're weapons that are heavily CC, so they'll crowd control oriented, right? The Pummeler, the Concussive Liberator, the Punisher, and then also the Blitzer I would classify as CC weapons, where they're really good at helping you survive, but they don't do really that much DPS compared to other weapons that are around. Most people won't mention that. Obviously, most of them just suck DPS-wise compared to their counterparts, but that's not why you take them. You take them because you want to have knockback. The Blitzer, a pretty cool weapon we've used extensively. The Tickler, as I call it. Where if you ADS with it, so you right-click with it, it basically is a focused beam, but it has kind of like a shotgun effect if you don't. It seems like the shotgun effect is kind of poopy, though, where it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Much in the same way the Arc Thrower and the Tickler have issues with hitting units right next to you. Both of them do. Like, you'll shoot through them. GG. That was a pretty intense match, guys. Cut our losses. It's a shame that we couldn't extract with everyone, but sometimes it'll happen. I honestly really am just curious how many kills we have. I know I have like 15 deaths or something like that. Yeah. Or 6. That isn't even that many kills. We spent like 2/3 of this match trying to kill that stalker nest. 12 deaths, not 15. 12 deaths, guys. That's incredible. Most of that was literally just trying to... Where's my stalker kill count?
Welcome back. Well done.
GG. That was a spicy bug mission. Right?
More samples.
Yeah.
Good.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking forward to seeing what destroyer upgrades you can get.
That was pretty good, guys. You can just go back and do an ICBM. Go into the ICBM here.
Hellpods prime.
Probably not going to do the Eradicate, because fuck doing the Eradicate mission.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
That's the defense mission. We defend the gates, that's boring.
Orbit synchronized.
We had so many people cycle through that group, too. That's hilarious. Diver's health, too? Feels like it. That's what I want to see. Let's keep using cluster bombs, guys. I don't think the autocannon is going to make your life easier. He probably has limited boosters right now. Yeah. I don't think the autocannon is going to make your life easier, because the amount of chargers we're running to is pretty insane. Oh my, that's a fancy emote right there. Like it. There's a pretty big difference, guys. Pretty big difference between the fun factor in this game when it's on easy mode and when it's on hard mode. Even though you get to pick the difficulty, you don't always get to pick the difficulty.
This is it. This is the solemn duty for which you were born.
So is right away.
Democracy at any cost.
Going SOS beacon.
It is. It's mainly... It takes a lot of finesse to kill chargers and biotines with it. It takes a lot of finesse. Compared to a Quasar, for instance, or EAT or Recoilless. objective right away.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Takes a lot of finesse. And if there's a bunch of chargers, you're going to have a lot of issues with it. Okay. However, it deals with medium units much easier. Which includes...
Requesting air support.
Includes the big heads, corrosive bugs, or ticks.
Get some! Get some!
Extremely meaty.
My life for super!
Dance him around the grenade. There we go. Give him the peacock flare. I think they built up again.
Ending in an eagle.
Suppress that.
Empty. For prosperity!
Absolutely juicy. That's not something you take a Gatling barrage, guys. As we talked about with efficiency of orbitals, you take a precision, you take a gas strike, or a barrage. Like, even if it does alright on its own, like the efficiency, so how often it comes up, as is found in the spreadsheet, is completely different. You can get a cluster bomb every 24 seconds, and you can bank them. You get a barrage every, 70 seconds, and you can't bank it, right? Although barrage is probably more closely related to the... Jesus Christ. Barrage is more closely related to Eagle Airstrike as opposed to a cluster bomb. Kind of units can kill. Holy fucking shit. Look at all the dead bodies! I love that. I wish the carcasses lasted longer. It's pure massacre, guys. And by the way, with bodies, like carcasses, you can 100% make it a graphical option people can turn down. Like if it's causing a computer to lag. Well, depending on whether or not you interact with them, I guess. Oh, buddy. Wear the blast armor so I can hunters off me. You have to be careful, so when you're killing hunters, you can't aim directly at them, which is your knee-jerk experience, right? Bud. You have to hit around the edge of them, so like when they do that, you hit behind them. And they will absolutely try to get fucking in front of you. So it takes some finesse, you can use it though. Which is a good thing, that means there's trade-offs, right? My god, we got fucking super... Oh my god. A lot of alpha hunters in there. Holy shit. Yep, exactly. You work around the edge, you try to shoot around the edges.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Exactly. It's more difficult, which, once again, trade-offs. I'm not against... There should be pros and cons to every weapon. It should not just be a fucking eruptor. Oh, the eruptor, you know, people say, oh! Don't, go away. Go away, laser beam. Go away. Eruptor is just insanely broken. Absolutely insanely broken.
One step closer to mission completion.
But you can, it takes some finesse. I really like it. It's probably one of my favorite weapons after the balance patch 2 months ago. It's been out for a while. Adjudicator's up there too. The Tenderizer's the new one with the latest patch, right? That you can actually limb with, so you can shoot off limbs on larger units.
Look out, post!
I steal my spawns? There's no guards here.
Objective located. South. Injury? What injury? Reloading!
Dropping package.
Last reload! Requesting air support!
Ramp them, so cut them up the ramp, then cut them back a little bit so we don't get hit by this. Like that. Good.
Rare sample acquired.
I really hope they eventually fix the autocannon, or excuse me, the AR dog. Lots of big units guarding, grenade over the top.
Out of ammo!
Missed one. There we go. Has a little bit of stun to it. It has an AoE radius to it. It does decent damage to on top of it. It's a good all-rounder. Nice. Stream respawns? Oh, if you saw the last match, I mean, it might be stream respawns, but it's in the opposite direction you think. Objective was alright. The game is weird in how it prioritizes units and where they spawn around us. It could be we got a potato in our cluster here that's bogging us down. Someone's sitting in here with their 4-core shit-core processor. Their 10-year-old 4-core, and they can't actually simulate any of the units, so. Holy shit. Yeah. Stop. Fucking go-kart. No. Stop that.
My life for Super Earth!
We're just getting pushed around here, guys. Let's go, I guess, south. It's my going theory, guys, of kind of why the difficulty falls off so much. You know, putting aside Reddit difficulty is sometimes you just get shitty players in your peer-to-peer mesh that can't simulate any of the units, so they don't. Like, they don't contribute at all to your peer-to-peer compute. Starting to pick up again, though. Your compute cluster.
Requesting air support. I need supplies.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
Calling down a support weapon.
Over here. I need to find some supplies.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. Far.
Start poking that. Well, they can't simulate any of the units, and obviously the more units, the more complicated it gets, more CPU workload. I am sitting at 70 right now, 70%, and Cmax is at about 85. Means that 70% of a 16-core processor, a modern 16-core processor. So I don't think it's, you know, I have that kind of workload and someone else is sitting there at 100% on a 10-year-old 4-core is not the same thing as a quarter of my processor. Regardless of what people might think. Randos? Random people?
Dropping package. Package acquired.
Figure on it's crazy. It's like the normal Punisher. It's not. Normal Punisher kicks back the shit out of units. It's not exactly the same thing. Not actually guarding anything. I got debated.
Tagging map. Southwest. 200.
I just play with random people for an organic, holistic experience. I know streamers do the "you want to play with me" sort of thing to get viewership. No, I want my syringes. Alright. Well, this is a problem, guys. I'm out of ammo.
Out of ammo! Say hello to democracy!
Yeah, don't mind. Don't mind me. Oh, yeah.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Don't mind me. It's all fucking shrimpies! Why are there so many shrimpies here? Try and CC them in the 5... Fuck you! Get out of here! He's still alive! Being flanked.
Last reload!
And do a little dance with this guy. Oh, piece of charge anyways. Yeah.
Damn you! Affirmative. Thank you. Affirmative.
Holy fucking shit. Yeah, I get some weirdos. Joel definitely prototypes some weird shit in my fucking games. Tonight we've definitely, like I mentioned before, we had chargers earlier where I blew off the arm and then I shot it twice with the grenade launcher. My grenade pistol, one should kill it. It took two and it was still alive and then I had to hit it with a plasma. That ain't normal, bro. Give him the peacock dance, and there's a fucking guy from the back line. It's kind of ridiculous how much this is turning into like fucking sports. Oh, yeah, we just got tangoed or comboed.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Shit, I want this fucking difficulty all the time.
Point me to the enemy.
Ain't yet. Oh, okay, yep. Alright. No, don't mind me. I'm just gonna go across the map to my... Okay, maybe I won't. Shot through him. Shot through him again. They're tag teaming, guys. There goes my leg. Fuck you! I didn't have time to stim, and I probably could have jumped out of the way. And we got the tight turn radius chargers too on top of it. Oh, that's hilarious. Definitely just headshot that guy. Okay. Alright, well. This is fucking chaos. Oh, that's crazy. The little beetles, the fucking go-karts, get away from me. Get away from me. I'm paranoid of anything right now. You haven't even gotten Shrikes. I don't want Shrikes. Go away. I don't want anything to do with the Shrikes right now.
Calling down a support weapon.
They say that just Shrikes start spawning from the nest. The fuck is this? God damn. Oh, right in the pooper. That's what we like to see. I guess we'll go to the radar since we're next to it. My shit's all the way across the... Like, look how tight that turn radius is!
Tagging map, southeast. On my position.
Holy fucking shit.
Tagging map. South. 200 meters.
Dead. Poor Charger Chan. Remember Chargers back before Reddit got them nerfed and you couldn't boop the snoot? And then they had to institute power creep of superchargers, where you can't boop the snoot? I mean, there's problems with too much ragdoll in the game. We haven't played bots recently, because bugs, guys, when bugs are good, they're fucking delightful as fuck to play against. Like, good... Hey, bud.
Engaging terminal.
Good bugs are fun as fuck. Bots, on the other hand, like, literally just toss your salad constantly and then you die.
Sub-objective in your vicinity.
Sending in an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
Fire in the hole.
It didn't bounce.
Sending in an eagle.
Nothing. Alright, bud.
Calling in orbital strike.
Use it up. Oh, it's already aligned. You gotta check, guys. Sometimes, especially when you're under fire, Joel will troll you.
Requesting air support.
Now, get next to the edge. There you go. Joel will troll you, and it'll be aligned, and you do, like, full rotation on it. You might be dead. Oh, no, no. there's fucking hunters here. Fuck off. Yep. Don't mind me.
Dropping a pin. South. 200 meters.
That should hit. There we go.
Mag's empty.
Check the line of sight often with the 500 kg so it doesn't, you don't lose your effectiveness and back.
Taste of democracy.
Got through the leg. That's a super tight turn rate. Oh, we're dead. No, not yet. Can't even fucking take time to... But... Like, it'd be next to impossible to deal with this shit with the fucking autocannon. I mean, it can kill all the small shit, like those guys, but there's so many charges right now. We had to cut them on the edge. Oh, you want this A3? Is that why you're over here? You want some of this shit? You can. Here, this is yours. Twisting his arm on his... There you go. Free stim.
Calling down supply.
Holy fuck.
Reloading.
Sub-objective near your location.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Sending in an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
Tagging map. East. 100 meters.
For prosperity.
Well, it should show up on the map, both in container and off. Everything should show up on the map when it's in the container, and it doesn't.
Dropping a pin. Northeast.
See that stalkers, or the hunter sitting back there just waiting to pounce. They start, like, doing cartwheels to the side and shit, that's when you have to kill them.
Requesting air support.
We're getting pushed away the correct way to go. Like, we're getting suppressed so far we can't even go to the objectives. Oh.
Have a taste of
That's not what we want to see.
I've got this one.
You bitch.
I've got this one.
Missed. Ow!
I've got this one.
On the side. Let's see. See, this is like the duality of fucking Helldivers, where you just get like this weekend. By the way, we had like 2 or 3 days, 2 days worth of games where all it was is just walking around, absolutely nothing's happening, and then like today, this is phenomenal. Last night's were kind of alright. Today's phenomenal games. These are absolutely challenging as fuck. I'm gonna go to the ICBM.
Orbital inbound.
Rearm. I get back 500 kgs. One of the reasons, even if you, even if you normalize, like, let's say the precision strike, right, for, like, every 40 seconds you get a precision strike, which sounds high until you realize it's not, because you get that mean 3 precision strikes every 2 minutes, as opposed to 2 500 kgs every 2 minutes, right? Because you can reload them. You can't bank the precision strikes. How'd that? You don't need a bug hole right there.
Tagging map. Northeast. 300 meters. Main objective near your position.
You can't bank the precision strikes, so you're going to lose efficiency over time to them. The 500 kgs you can also use in a pinch for crowd control, which you can't do with precision strike. So even in 40 seconds seems really high, or low, depending on how you look at it. seems really low. It's not.
Sample collected.
Because it's competing against 500 kg, which is, you know, very good. One of the reasons I don't use a precision strike after we tried it a couple different for a couple different maps.
Engaging terminal.
Go do the locks. The hardest one to do is usually the locks, so out of the way right away.
Southeast, 100 meters.
When enemies start showing up, if you don't have the locks done, it becomes very difficult to do them.
Requesting air support. I'm on it.
Phenomenal.
Rare sample acquired. I got the terminal.
8, 5, 5, 5, and 8. Yeah.
Engaging terminal.
Just throw it in the fucking middle? Why would you do that? Oh, that might still be alright. I thought he threw it on top, so it would have dropped into the abyss. Hey, bud. Why are you bringing this over here for me? Here, this is yours. Alright, let's go grab the samples down here. You guys want that? You can have that. It's yours. I might hit X2. I don't think so, though. Running into it. Ah, mines, the other thing. We haven't even addressed the mines in the rebalance spreadsheet. Guys. Sorry what happened to your friends, you know. So peacock dance, good.
Enemy down, baby. I need supplies.
Pick this up while we can.
Say hello to democracy.
How are you alive? What is... I swear that's new. Get away.
Sending in an eagle.
Lost my arm.
My arm.
Kind of fucked up, bro. Shot through his arm. Oh, might be dead. Oh, buddy.
Reinforcements have been launched.
Democracy has landed.
They're teabagging my corpse right now. Well. Someone else is, Actually, that's my... I think that's my loadout from the beginning of the match. Get off my shit. I need that. That's mine. Gonna jump out of the way. I'm gonna get hit by this.
Freedom never sleeps.
There's like fucking 5 chargers here. And then a Biotane.
Requesting air support.
That's a dead end. We need to go out there. Dance a little bit. He just kicked me with his foot. Holy fucking balls. Let's go to extraction, follow our teammates.
New mag.
We got the samples. But, Lazy Dog, what are you doing? What are you doing? You don't need to do that. He was fine. Oh, yeah. Alright.
Requesting air support. Heavy. South. 50 meters.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Ah. Good stuff, guys.
Calling down a support weapon.
Do I have something on me? We'll hang on to our airstrikes for a little bit. See if we, yeah, so our teammates are probably going to burn theirs and wait for it to build up a little bit.
New man!
Okay.
Sending in an eagle.
That's a little close. I think A3's fine. Not fine. He was like 25 away?
Mag's empty. Requesting air support.
So watch out for those flankers. Only one. Flankers, I guess that's maybe just an aggressive one. The flankers will go way around the side. Usually come at you from behind your line of sight. Oh, I got hit with the rock! No!
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
One preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Got in. Alright. Bye! Teammate got in. M4 gonna make it? He's gonna make it.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Nice. That's a spicy bug mission, guys. Another one. We found that one weird empty nest, right? But other than that, a lot of enemy units everywhere. Shit. Did I even really do anything? I mean, we did some parts of the objectives. Lots of running around and killing stuff. We did close some nests. That's beautiful. Not doing the defense mission, guys, because they're boring. Actually, maybe we'll do one. If we get to... I don't know. So, like, the 15-minute missions put inside the Blitz mission, which I will do. The 15-minute missions either sway very heavily between being too easy and boring, or too hard and you just get overrun and die. So, there's really no in between. We discussed how they... Maybe we should put it into the spreadsheet. We discussed how they can improve the defensive last stand wall mission, defend the gates mission, which involves widening it out and making it so it's more... there's a bigger area to defend.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. We can never
630 fucking kills, guys. Still not a 1K game. We had a 1K game.
Allied destroyer has left
But
squadron.
1,200 kill match? Incredible.
Freedom wins again.
Very spicy.
Allied destroyer has left
Yeah?
squadron.
Are you slow walking? Yeah, you can have a hug. There you go, dude. This is his social interaction for the day. I don't know. I guess we haven't done one in a while. We'll do a defense mission.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
Usually tend to be pretty boring.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Here?
Orbit synchronized.
Let's see. We're gonna do the 500 kg autocannon. There's very powerful on the defense mission. Vitality.
Launch initiated.
I swear the sound just changed for the drop pods. That sound different to anyone else? I swear to God that... God damn it, Joel. It's gaslighting me again. That and the strafing run. I swear to God they change out the strafing run sound effects on me. Or it sounds like a A10 and then it just goes back to normal. Alright.
Go now and shoot you four. Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Go put down our turrets.
Throwing supply beacon.
They changed this a bit. When did they change this? What? I haven't played this in forever. I don't know when they changed this mission. Definitely different than normal.
Requesting sentry.
A month ago?
Calling down a sentry.
I don't know when they changed this, actually. Where are even the generators? Right there? Must be where the extract comes in. Alright. Well.
Calling down support weapon.
Oh, he wanted to close the gates. Good for him. So, distinct possibility we'll literally just get overrun and die instantly. We'll see.
I'm on the terminal.
Downside is now we don't have any crowd clear for the front, so. Used to be like a parapet you can get on up over here. Totally gonna knock me in.
Reloading! Get some!
Like, where's like the little walkway that you can walk up on?
Have a taste of democracy!
Lots of smalls. The problem's gonna show up with the chargers, Biotines. On already?
Reloading!
I don't know. I legitimately don't know when they changed this mission.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
He's gone. What? Well, I just got... I think I got hit by an EMS. Alright. How do you still have a pooper? Gone now.
Have a taste of democracy!
No. No, this is why you don't want mortars, guys. Dead. What's going on in front to kite around the Biotines? They legit walk. They try to get away now. 100%.
Sending in an eagle!
Might fall down here. You gotta be kidding me. Jumped away. Alright.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
I need to respawn my turrets too.
Joining
I was. I don't know where the rest of my autocannon is.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry!
Where the fuck is my... There it is.
Injury! What injury?
Big fucking beetles.
Not today! Have a taste of democracy!
For prosperity!
We're gonna hang on to... I should have picked up concussion nades too.
Reloading!
Didn't. 500. Oh! That's in the Baltan. Definitely should have picked up concussion nades. Alright. Okay, mortar turret. I get it. Yep, yep, yep. I need to get some supplies. Convenient.
Helldivers never die.
We save our 500 kg for our BT again.
Prosperity.
Minute.
Freedom forever.
Dear God. Much better, by the way, than the first version of this mission. Maybe we could save more room to maneuver. A lot of smalls in here, but we're also 2 guys, so.
Bug tunnel free. Reloading.
Get some more resupplies again.
Going down a sentry. Going down a support weapon. Throwing supply beacon. Calling down a sentry.
EMS is almost paramount to this mission, even prior to this one. To keep you things suppressed. Very powerful.
I'm out. Bug tunnel free.
Yeah! What the fuck? That was like laser guided steak. It went far, and then it came back down to my position. That was a laser. That was 100% a laser guided steak. That had my name on it.
Reinforcements on the way.
I just accidentally killed my teammate. That was definitely not
Pointing to the
intentional.
enemy. Reinforcing.
Totally not intentional. Like, you saw it go wide. That wasn't like a normal steak. Normal steaks are where they just like you can dodge them just by juking away, right? Get some grenade spam out. Remarkably well. Fine. Teammate's pretty good. The second guy in here that we started with is pretty good. Keep her 500 kg. Another one. Don't hit me, please! Yeah, it just went... I mean, he had my name on it. 500 kg.
Requesting air support.
Tight, we might get steak. Okay. Do it again. There we go. Nice.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Put down our auto cannon in case I need it in the future. Get the cooldown on. This is much more engaging. This is what we're talking about. Not really exactly, like, if you can widen the mouth of the gates, for instance, and make the longer and then have, like, multiple checkpoints that they actually break through and then, like, the line moves up, where they spawn from moves up, you can make it much more engaging. So it's like, like you lose the first checkpoint, but you have a second checkpoint and third checkpoint. And then you can have bigger swarms, too, so they're less funneled. But it'd still be a funnel.
Reloading.
Okay, got his pooper. Now his pooper's still there. Still has his pooper. Gotta get our turrets up again.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Wait, what?
Heavy. on my position.
What are you doing here? Go away. Either you need to go around the other side or I need to go around him.
Heavy, on my position.
There you go. Seven seconds.
Down the sentry. Bug tunnel breach.
I mean, I can't see anything. This is always so weird because no one ever loads me. You know, this is kind of a weird experience. I'm not exactly sure I like where you're touching my autocannon, bro. Like, if there was something to aim at, I totally would. I can't see anything, so, you know, this is great and everything. Yeah, we're having a bonding moment here. Here.
Give me you.
I forget that people can do that, by the way. If you have the same kit as someone else, because you're technically holding a backpack, you can actually...
Get some! Get some!
Have an angle on him.
Get some! Bug tunnel breach. Say hello to democracy!
Oh. So it actually uses the ammo from his backpack, not mine. Interesting. Just precision. Wonder what the Luminate are going to be like? Yeah, I don't know. I'll be curious. It makes me really wonder. Makes me really wonder what the Luminate would have been like if they actually launched him like a month after the game launched. Because you know how much they're teasing. They 100% were going to launch it. They were ready to pull the trigger on them. You know, with all the teasing they had going on. They didn't.
Have a taste of democracy! I'm out! Dropping items. Have a taste of democracy!
Oh, you want my backpack? Okay. Gotta go respawn our mortar.
Canisters empty. Last reload. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Yeah.
Requesting sentry.
Yeah, I mean, it's just completely up in there on what they're actually going to do with it. Some people said in HD1 they're kind of like the Protoss, so you might see that. I'll be kind of curious to see what happens. It's going to change ideology on, like, obviously, on what's OP and what's not, is my guess. And if they have shields, there's going to be probably some sort of anti-shield technique or weapons, EMP weapons or something along those lines that work well against shields. Really up in there. Depends on what they want to do or how they're going to look. Who knows?
Reloading.
But even though there's 4 of us, it actually seems like the game got easier when there's 4 people on this mission as opposed to earlier. Probably because how spammy we can be with their stratagems. It's also why it's kind of important to make it like so the opening's wider for them to get through. So you have more area to cover as opposed to just spamming the same area over and over again.
You have ignited the torches of liberty. Extraction awaits.
Pretty good.
Freedom forever.
Yeah. That's a mortar. Maybe energy weapons will remove shields. Maybe. I mean, you could have all different sorts of energy weapons, right? Like lasers, although they kind of have the scythe. If you guys know the scythe is in the game, but, you know. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens. How weapon balance changes, too. Old stream sniping me into bile time again. And I can't get over there. Yeah, I'd actually say this is actually more difficult with 2 people as opposed to 4. Even if it's increasing the number of units, it just doesn't matter. Because the choke point's so small. Maybe if there's multiple, they could do like a triangle too, where there's multiple gates coming in at the same time.
Reporting to the front.
Yep.
Objective located.
Pelican 1 preparing to
Turns here.
depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
3 kills with the mortar turret. It's not just the mortar's just added fire. The EMS is probably more important than the mortar is. Just having to constantly layer EMS on everything helps immensely. Almost too good at that. At the beginning, though, when it was 2 of us, though, that was actually much more difficult than when the 2 other guys showed up. And I think it has a lot to do with orbital spam, or just stratagem spam in general, and having them up when they need to be up. GG, guys. Alrighty. I think we're going to dump the group here, guys, and, I mean, I really honestly don't want to play bots. If bugs are fun, like, it's just infinitely more fun than bots ever are. Fun being challenging, by the way, not fun being easy mode. Reddit thinks fun is easy mode, I think fun is challenging, so. Like, they go on Erdtree and talk about how difficult Dark Souls is and downvoted. I go on Erdtree and go, wow, this is fantastic when I beat stuff. Stats don't really mean anything in this.
Good work down there.
GG.
Could always use more samples, of course.
Shut up. Why are you always so judgmental? Why do I try to do everything for this crew, and you always judge me about my samples? Gatling turrets use up their ammo too fast, as we found out with Meridia. I've never used turrets so much as Meridia. Remember Meridia. And by the way, I think there's a Reddit thread or a comment that I saw. I really think there should be a new cape for every event. So Meridia, Malevolent Creek, stuff like that. The TCS for like major campaigns that are like short-lived. There should be a cape for it, for participation in it, because I think Meridia was actually really fucking cool. Meridia, what we found out is this game has issues with hit registration. We have not put it in the spreadsheet yet. We've talked about this before. High fire rate weapons, the Stalwart, the Knight, when you turn on the highest fire rate modes, the machine gun, when they get up above 1,000 RPMs, the bullets start disappearing into the nether. They don't do anything. What we saw with Meridia, where I extensively used Gatling turrets and the machine gun turret, was the machine gun turret would actually kill units just about as fast as the Gatling turret, and it has higher ammo efficiency, lasts longer, and less likely to kill you too. Clean the desktop? You want to see me clean my desktop? Belderman, you want to see me clean my desktop? Oh my god, wow! Yeah, I'm such a clean guy. Look at that. There you go. Speaking of which, I should actually get up and grab a glass of water and stretch. But I'll be right back. I hear high fire rate's going to be what pops their shields once you do a squishy, make the air suck. I don't know. I'll be curious what happens. High fire rate weapons, as we mentioned, with the Gatling gun and Knight. It's one of the reasons the Knight sucks so much. Putting aside it has ridiculous recoil on it, you can't tap it. Like, even though you tap it, and theoretically it does, like, well, it did originally, like, 2 times as much DPS as the original Liberator. The Liberator kills basically just as fast as the Knight. The reason for that is because half the bullets just disappear into the nether. Even when you're on target, they just don't register properly. And as such, you can't kill units fast enough with it, or as fast as it should be, so you just waste ammo. Gatling turret is the same boat, where it fires super fast, and you think it's doing a lot of work, but it seems like if it's on target, it just wastes a shitload of ammo on nothing, and kills basically just as fast as the machine gun turret. So you basically get a better bang for your buck with the machine gun turret as opposed to the Gatling turret. Alright guys, I'm going to get up and grab a glass of water. I'll be right back 1 second. Use the bathroom. Alrighty, guys. Oh. Clean desktop, I know, isn't it? Isn't it a clean desktop? Isn't it a great desktop? Wow. Yeah, and it just doesn't stop firing. Yep, exactly. Like, you could see it basically at the end there. Like, I was keeping track of it pretty extensively. Especially at the end, remember, in Meridia, when it pop all the flying units, the strikes. You keep track of it, it literally just sprays there. It looks cool. It just ran out of ammo right away. I'm basically not as effective as a machine gun turret. Literally just hosing down the sky. Alright. Well. Got Fuck Bay. We just finished Fuck Bay. Dagobah. Oh, nah. Late night, so we're probably gonna have to pick a planet with more people on it. Maybe we'll go to Dagobah. Definitely going to complete that. Something happens here. These all are a little pop. I really don't want to do Dagobah. Dagoba's pretty cool. Don't get me wrong, Dagoba's pretty cool. There's lots of issues with the trees. If I'm playing on like on hyper Helldive mode, oh, nuke the nursery. Glad they kept that, by the way. Some of the game modes that nuke the nursery is pretty good. I think with some tweaking, it could actually be a pretty solid game mode. Launched in a pretty complete state when they popped it out. Glad they're continually adding new things to the game.
One last step.
Let's
Initiating
evac.
FTL jump to the Crux system.
So I'm pretty sure. I am pretty sure that Reddit got what was really bugged with Meridia. What was really bugged with Meridia was not the unit spawns. It was the bug hole spawning underneath the drill. And by the way, with some clever use of mechanics, you could keep them stun locked without basically you didn't need to do anything. Which is if you use the EMS orbital, if 2 people had it, you could keep them stun locked for the entire drill duration. So even if the bug holes spawned under the drill, which they usually did, you could keep them stun locked, and the only thing that really mattered was the Bile Titans. After they moved it to a static spawns, it became extremely, extremely easy, and they toned down the number of Shrikes at the end. I thought the Shrikes early on were actually pretty fantastic, to be perfectly honest. Because it felt like last stand, you did your job, and then you just more than likely died in the end. Everyone wants to extract. Extracting in this game, guys, you have to remember, is something that's kind of cool to do, but it's not necessarily something that you need to do to beat the game, or the missions. It could also, it could extend from people, not being able to extract their samples or whatever, but basically after you finish the primary objective, you can die, and it doesn't really matter much. What matters is the objectives.
Repeat, Helldivers to Hellpods.
Oh, they're the same at level 1 as Helldive? Well, that's definitely broken, but... yeah, okay. I didn't know that. I only play on Helldive. I didn't know it was broken on Diff 1. So, yeah, sure. But that being said, maybe, if you're doing the Meridia missions on level 1, maybe you're not meant to survive anyways. Let's put our frontline guys into super hardcore missions, check. Or our logistics guys into super hardcore missions.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Wait for a 3rd or 4th.
Orbit synchronized.
But on Helldive, those 200 strikes definitely was pretty nice. And Reddit bitched about it, and not only did they nerf there's day 1, by the way. We completed the Meridia mission in our 3rd game. On day 1, when everyone was saying, oh no, you can't complete it, it's impossible, why don't they playtest any of this shit? And we completed on our 3rd mission when I still had absolutely no idea what I was doing. So, it was definitely possible even on day 1. And then they went through and they nerfed stuff besides just moving the bug holes around. And it became pretty easy. We're starting to see people on Helldive on the last day. I'm glad they turned it off, because on the last day, we're seeing people on Helldive that just clearly had no idea what they're doing, and all they're doing is throwing stratagems on bug holes, and that's pretty much it.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
Yeah.
Repeat, Helldivers to Hellpods.
We're doing Dagobah? I don't remember. Yes, we are. Scatter increased, so even though there's a shitload of trees, the scatter is also increased on top of a shitload of trees. Alright. Good old Dagobah. I remember that being an issue on Malevolent Creek. Malevolent Creek was just difficult. It wasn't really all that different between difficulty levels. It's just a difficult map. That would affect basically every planet. Leveling Creek wasn't actually, like, it wasn't a game mode. It was just a different planet. So if that was the case, it would have been the case on all Div 4 bot missions. In the case of Meridia, that was a special game mode. Leveling Creek's just a planet. Evac missions were different. If you're, that's not Malevolent Creek. If you're talking about the evac missions where the 15-minute evac missions, which are basically impossible, that they took out of the game, yeah, that's not Malevolent Creek though.
This is it. This is the solemn.
Those I actually refused to play. Yeah, they didn't really change them, and even after they made them easier like 3 times, I eventually stopped playing them. I played it like, you look at my cape. What do you mean you forgot about Malevolent Creek? The evac missions aren't Malevolent Creek. 15-minute evac's not Malevolent Creek. That's just, it could be on Malevolent Creek. That's not what we're looking for. That is, apparently.
Found something. Marking location. North.
Alright, let's go west.
I'm on it.
I mean, that's a gigantic paragraph I'm trying to read while I'm playing the game.
Heavy. Tagging map. West. 200 meters.
Yeah, that's different. If you're just talking about the Malevolent Creek is just a planet. If the guy is talking about that you quoted from that is just fucking Deathwater. That's all Deathwater. The guy's probably talking about the special mode, which is definitely what had issues, which is why they took out the game. Unless you're memeing, in which case I don't. Jesus Christ. And we have the tick biome. Oh my god. This is going to be an issue, guys. What? Okay. We are dead. Trees save me. Trees save me. Trees save me. Perfect. See? That's why we played on Dagobah. Throw it on the land bridge. Oh, this is extremely laggy. Oh my good god, Joel. Yeah, this... I guess on super unit mode, it cannot tolerate Dagobah and super unit mode at the same time. Holy fuckballs.
Requesting air support. Calling in reinforcements.
Oh, holy fucking balls. Okay, let's go this way. Lots of physics going off right now. I might kill some of my teams. I don't know where anyone is. There we go. Go under his dick here. Okay. That should be able to hit him. And then there's fucking ticks here too. Well, fuck off, beetles.
I got the terminal. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Reloading.
Holy balls.
Mag's empty.
Couldn't run around the side. Oh.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Gonna squish people.
point me to the
It's
enemy.
I think a lot to do with the FPS shitbird or shitting itself has a lot to do with the physics effects. That's definitely not helping things because there's a lot of like we just clear cut the forest. That has a lot to do with it.
Engaging terminal.
Making progress.
But there's definitely also something else. If you look at like my Cmax, for instance,
Sample collected.
all this shit's blown up there.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
My Cmax and actually my core count or my utilization's back to somewhat normal.
Package acquired.
Yeah. So this looks normal. Utilization looks normal now. But when all the physics was going off, everything shit itself. We have a little optimization tidbit in my guide, which we talked about earlier in this evening and explained it a bit. I don't know if they'll be able to do any of it though.
Dropping package. Package acquired.
Which is hardware accelerated physics.
Enemy tactical
Dropping
asset
package.
within range.
Last reload. Reloading.
Don't know. We'll have to see. We talked a bit about that earlier tonight in more depth. It's not really something you can just go, oh, do X, Y, Z, and
Get some.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Reloading.
That requires a more in-depth explanation. But depending on how they program stuff, or how they're, yeah. Can't use my words right now, guys. This is not, holy fucking shit.
Sending in.
Stop trying to cock block me!
Taste of freedom.
I mean, I like the new map, guys. Whoa. He literally, they 100% programmed them to. Oh, Stim just saved me, by the way. I just walked into spit and survived. Holy fucking shit. Can't use my words while this is going on. There's no way. I'd rather play with a shitload of units and shitty FPS than no units at all, you know? That means we can't play on Dagobah right now. A lot of it has to do with the physics. That's how we got sidetracked into physics, talking about the performance impact of the physics effects going on in the game right now. It's a napalm.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Hardware accelerated physics via, let's say, PhysX, or if they can do something in-house.
Thank you.
Very explosive to napalm. Would help out immensely, because the way this game works, guys, is it's extremely CPU bound, right? Because all the unit simulations going on in the background. Physics, Joel loves physics. I love physics too, by the way. The physics events happening too. Like, when you look at the maps, guys, and like literally just clear cut the forest here, that's phenomenal. It just made my FPS go to shit. But for most people, by the way, we talked about earlier in the beginning of the stream, most people have really shitbird computers, right, CPU-wise, and then they decide to buy a 3080 with their 6-core processor, right? And that means they generally have a lot of GPU availability. Like, I'm running, I obviously have a high-end computer, but I have basically 50% of my GPU available right now. Like, it's running at 45% utilization. If you have something that can be offloaded to it, putting aside the fact that plenty of people have iGPUs in their computer that they just aren't using at all, it means that they could run simulations. We talked about both the unit sims as well as physics simulations on your GPU. And PhysX already exists. I don't know what kind of state it's in now, because they just kind of keep it on maintenance, so it might actually suck dick, but it's one of the only few hardware accelerated physics I can actually talk about at the top of my head. So you can accelerate on your GPU, and then, which is basically not being utilized at all, and then frees up your CPU to do fun stuff. Didn't make the bird sound, Joel. I demand a refund. I'm leaving a negative Steam review until this has a bird sound.
Bug hole, northwest, 50 meters.
Look at me like that.
New mag!
Alright. Here's my anti-air grenade launcher.
Sending in an eagle! Calling in reinforcements!
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
I'd like to cluster bomb that, but we can't.
Tagging location.
Go towards the objective.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Mission at
Catch you later, Mage. Enjoy your evening, dude. FPS. Like, literally, as, like, physics events are happening. Basically, it's the tree collisions. Like, the trees splintering. That's doing it. And they could fix that by getting rid of the physics events, right? Or they need to figure out a way of doing it without bogging down your CPU, which is basically hardware accelerated physics. But if they can do an in-house solution... There's butt plug, by the way.
Sending in an eagle.
If they can do an in-house solution, that means they can also do something in CUDA, or more likely OCL, which means they can run in the language that basically GPUs use, like OpenCL. CUDA is a good one, but it's only for NVIDIA, where OCL can run on Intel, NVIDIA, and AMD. I don't know what their programmers can do, though. All a question of capabilities. Physics already exists, though. So. Stop it. Lots of fun stuff. We talked about that extensively at the beginning of the stream because there's three new entries we added. One is for unit simulations. Do right about there. Got ticks rolling in. This FPS is chonking.
Have a taste of democracy! Reloading!
But
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
pew pew pew.
Never die!
Oh. Okay.
Heavy, northwest, 50 meters.
All right.
Sending in an eagle! Reloading! Log tunnel break! New mag!
Ah.
Objective critical stratagem no longer.
Oh, we're gonna save that for half a second here. Just saved you, bro. I just saved you. Play here.
Down supplies! Sending in an eagle!
Unleashing democracy.
Requesting air support!
Well, that's not where we wanted that.
Called democracy!
Holy balls.
Leaving combat zone to resupply.
We're racking up kill streaks, guys, with the normal fucking weapons. This isn't with stratagems. Okay.
Reloading!
Yeah. Alright. You know.
Last reload!
But like some of my supplies, please. May have not been the right call. Okay.
Calling in reinforcements. Heavy, southeast, close.
Oh,
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
I don't know what this is. We're about to find out here in a second.
Democracy has...
I need supplies.
Okay.
Calling in reinforcements!
This is explosive, too.
I'm sorry. Requesting tac pack!
Request approved.
I must have been right on the edge of the radius, by the way.
Last reload. Reporting to the front.
And if you're curious, by the way, about stats in the top right, our 0.1% and 1% is much lower than normal, like a lot. Which is your stuttering and micro-stuttering, which you guys can legitimately see. The average FPS is down from about 111 to 88.
Bubs, north.
Is, you know, pretty substantial as well.
Affirmative.
Oh. They're rolling. Fog's rolling in right now.
Fire in the hole!
Oh.
Orbital inbound.
Dear God. All right. Oh, I don't actually want the laser beam. You can have that. It's fine.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Objective critical stratagem available.
Requesting objective equipment. Engaging terminal. Rare sample acquired.
Tagging map. Northeast. 200 meters.
Requesting orbital. I got the terminal.
Enemy tactical
Hey, bud.
asset within range.
You just gonna sit there for me?
Package acquired.
Oh! He killed himself on the tower. Completely intentional. Completely intentional. Okay. Okay. All right. We are definitely dead.
Request a permanent hive structure destroyed.
Ready to liberate.
Requesting air support.
Little fucking beetle go-karts.
Engaging terminal.
Orbital strike.
Bye! Bye!
Requesting orbital strike.
Holy fucking shit, guys.
Sending in an eagle.
Reinforcing.
Good God. Hope they fix the air dog at some point, guys.
Requesting air support.
Because it would be nice to have a different version of air. Of the, Laze dog. The dog in general. Oh, okay. I just somehow died. Oh, he hit the fucking smokestack.
Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
Game, this map has flaming smokestacks, guys. You gotta look out for.
Deploying reinforcements.
Yep.
Democracy has landed.
Another one.
Heavy. On my position.
There.
Requesting air support.
Very rude. That should hit. Okay. Bad idea. We're dead.
Reinforcing.
Hey guys, there's another smokestack in front of me.
Request a
Natural gas geyser. That's great.
Sending in an eagle.
I think I just set fire to an. Oh my god. Yeah. Joel's literally. He outdid himself with these fucking geysers. Absolutely outdid himself. I don't know where my laze dog is.
Calling down a support weapon.
Down, Mr. President.
Grenade. Rare sample acquired. Got a sample.
Anyways, the AR dog right now runs out of ammo in about 45 seconds. We need to put an entry in. Oh my god, there's another one. God damn it. The fucking spit ignites him too. So the spit's hitting him, and it set the one off next to me, even though it didn't actually.
approved. Deploying reinforcements.
It wasn't on fire. I just took damage to that.
Reporting to the front. Sending in an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
That's pretty. That's something. This is for the best.
Requesting air support.
Some brave soul's using a stalwart right now. There you go. That time it didn't pop the pooper for some reason. Very tight. Normally you don't need to actually, Last thing we need is a fucking stalker nest on top of this. Normally you can get around the side of them without having to dive. Oh my god, timeout! Here, I gotta solve a captcha, guys. This is ARG. In order to keep streaming on TikTok, I have to stop. I'm inactive. There we go. Gotta solve my captcha. 1 second. Oh, there we go. Why doesn't this guy understand that I have to solve captchas in real life right now?
Requesting air support.
We're cut around the edge here. Yep. Anyways. Holy balls, guys.
Support weapon.
Heavy, northwest, close.
Tagging location. Northwest. Cancel that.
Main objective nearby.
Requesting air support.
I mean, you did get him. I just didn't do it. You did get him. It just didn't do anything. Still haven't used a strafing run, guys. I was waiting until we go back to the bots to use it, and utilize it properly. Bots tend to line up in straight lines, whereas...
New mag.
Yeah. Those need burrow sounds.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Guess we're too close.
I got the terminal.
Pretty good.
Engaging
Ah.
terminal.
Yeah. Bunch of small units right now.
Get some. I got the terminal.
I think I'd actually rather... I'd rather fight on a planet that is not as graphically pleasing and against more units as opposed to fighting on, like, let's say if they have to tone down the number of units on this planet to make it more, Christ. Here, this is for you.
New mag.
As opposed to playing against less units. Basically easier. Play in a nicer looking location. Pretty festive, guys. They need a wheelchair accessible or a bug accessible ramp here, I think. They like getting stuck in that. They probably could fix, by the way, if they made it more... Actually, you can run up and down this now. Huh. A nice choke point. I'd rather fight against harder enemies on a shittier looking planet as opposed to less enemies and easier enemies on a nicer looking planet, right? Kind of the usual juxtaposition between graphics and gameplay. Trade-offs. Kind of let up a little bit here, guys.
Supplies.
Guys. Oh yeah, toss the salad. Get it in there. Beautiful. Got our leafy greens in here. We got some tomatoes, you know, some bell peppers. Maybe, what are those? Yellow peppers? Banana peppers. No, banana peppers are spicy. Let's go north. Great games tonight, guys. And just spawned a bunch of bugs in. I swear to fucking God. Dear God. That fog rolled in it and it just spawned like 20 ticks in front of me, I swear to God. Ow! That turn radius! FPS is chonking.
Tagging map. Northwest, 200 meters.
Liberty returned and loaded.
Hey guys, I got some presents for you. Just hang on here. That's for you. It's clear. Oh, that is beautiful.
Sending in an eagle. Stay down.
That is gonna kill me. Gravy runs might kill me.
Requesting air support.
Made the corner. I have no grenades, guys. I am almost out of ammo.
Reloading. Mag's empty.
Bud, look at all those physics rocks. Those, by the way, they added after the game came out.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
That was a headshot. Oh, okay. Alright. We need to get back in here. Uh-oh. No. No, stop it! Stop it! I don't want... Fuck off, Joel! The fuck is that? I literally headshot this guy. Jesus Christ. He's trying to kill me with fucking water. Yeah, I see that, bro. Thank you. Well, that's something. What? Someone wants to extract. There are 2 nests I see left here, guys. There's 2 nests, and this guy wants to extract. My squad. We actually have a decent number of reinforcements left and 12 minutes, so we have plenty of time to clear. Unless things get spicy, which they have been tonight, so.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
I mean, we did have that one. I mean, we still managed to extract, right? Someone got our samples out. We did have that one mission where we got overrun. We're gonna go southeast.
Requesting air support.
Fog's rolling in again. This is when the ticks spawn, guys. It's like a horror game. They added that like maybe 2.5 months ago. That wasn't at the game launch.
New mag.
Oh.
Tagging map. West. 100 meters. Sending in an eagle.
Oh.
Fog tunnel.
Our teammates are right behind me.
Get some. Get some.
Getting our stamina here. There's a charger in front of me.
Bug outpost.
Someone was down here already. One of the holes is closed already. Ow! Oh, we're stuck. I'm dead. I'm 100% stuck.
Eat this.
Head him around. Head him back around the side. Yeah.
Calling in extraction. Rare sample acquired.
Maybe they weren't down here.
Extraction request confirmed.
Requesting air support.
Try that. Lots of hunters here.
For prosperity.
Holy fucking shit. There's a fucking carcass in the way. Worth it.
Orbital inbound.
And plugged in with a carcass. I didn't have any grenades.
Requesting orbital.
I was hoping that I was far enough away from it. I think they're all right. They might be in the hole though. I don't know where Sam. It's really a shit show on whether or not they survived or not.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
It's just looking at the map. Oh, we might be dead. I'm in the swamp. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. Unless I can no. We might have been able to glitch on the stump and refresh the swim timer. I was hoping I was far enough away from the explosion where I could actually like survive it, but apparently that was like dead center.
Joining the fray.
Okay. Okay. Wait, there's samples further south too?
T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Guys. Just taking care of my loot over here? Yeah?
Sample collect.
Samples are fine. Jesus Christ. Well.
Requesting air support. Bug tunnel breach.
T-minus 1 minute.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh, Green's getting the samples. Part of it's the bushes, and the other part of it's actually just the FPS chugging. Oh, we had to get a stim anyways, so that works for me.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
I don't know how far. Can't go that way.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting air support.
Oh, Joel's gonna drown me!
Helldivers.
T-minus 10 seconds.
Jesus fucking Christ, there's so much shit on the ground.
Calling in reinforcements.
I mean, there's no way to tell what you can actually step on and where you can go.
Approaching pickup.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown. Ready delivering.
Over here. Oh, now we get to see whether or not they're going to wait or not. We'll assume they'll wait. We'll assume... I mean, there's no point in extracting without the samples, so... Does the water level increase and decrease?
Requesting orbital strike.
Thank you.
Okay. Alright, bye. Everything is fucking wheelchair accessible here, too. Charger accessible. So, like, you can't hook the chargers on anything. Except this rock. This is gonna work. There we go. E-seed. Rip. Best way to farm super credits? They're just random. I don't actually know. I've never actually went on my way to farm super credits. I have a shitload of them. One of the actual kind of criticisms I had was that they're too easy to come by. They might have changed it. Who knows what the drop rate is in the background. It kind of feels like there's less now. He saved me from the charger. What a nice guy.
Sweet liberty! My
I don't know. It's just kind of random. I'm almost 150, and I have like an additional $30 or $40 worth of super credits. So, you know, I don't think they're that hard to come by if you're just playing the game. But, the only expansion I paid for the first War Bond, and paid for the game and the deluxe edition, right? Yep. FPS issues have definitely toned down a bit, but as you notice, guys, there's a lot less forest around us, so probably hand in hand with our physics and cutting down the trees.
Deploying equipment package.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Fire in the hole!
Oh, he's too close. Perfect. Intentional. Fucking go-kart.
How'd you like to taste of freedom? Objective located.
Got everything. Yeah.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
Alright.
Extraction complete.
I have no idea, actually. I don't know exactly where you go for super credits or what you do outside of just playing the game. Originally, I think you could play lower level missions and actually they spawned, like, had a higher chance of spawning. I think they fixed that, though. It was like, what, below diff 5 or something, because only certain things spawn in vaults. I'm pretty sure they fixed the loophole on that, though. That was a long time ago. Otherwise, it's just basically playing the game. I mean, we can check here in a sec, but I have an absolute boatload of extra credits, so. I have a 4090. I think one of my panels is old. I have a 7950 X3D and a 4090 if you type exclamation specs.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying.
I think maybe my panel's old on Twitch. I updated it for Kick, and then did I just not update it for Twitch? Yeah, no, that's old. Yeah, 5900X. That's back when you could hotlink to Amazon. Yeah, that's old. I have a 7950 X3D and then a 4090. So substantially different than what you're seeing in the specs right now. I also have a PG248 QP now, too. Jesus Christ, guys. Still not a 1K kill game. Inventor of sex failed to extract. Yeah, pull-out game is bad. Yeah.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Anyways, this is what, a 1400 kill game? This isn't easy either. There's a bunch of, like, ticks in this game, too. Ticks and corrosive bugs and big heads. All a bunch of big filler units, meaty filler units, right? So we got, like, what? Just between the three of us,
Allied destroyer has
1,200
left
kills?
squadron.
And that doesn't include the other guy that's now the inventor of sex.
I've rarely seen liberty dispensed so rapidly.
Gone already. Yeah, so right now is a terrible time to update. A couple people have come into my streams. I love talking about tech advice, and if you come in at the beginning, I help people build PCs with PC Part Picker. Basically pick out the meaty parts, and then you can pick out your Hello Kitty case and whatever you want if you want to change it or do whatever you want with it to spruce it up. But I would 100% wait right now, even if you're in the Intel crowd. Intel's going to have new stuff. Everything's being released this fall/winter. So the next 5 months are going to have substantial amounts of new things coming out on the market. And as such, it's well worth waiting. I don't think we're going to do another Dagobah. I want to do a mission that, doesn't chunk. Because if the game decides that, well, let's give them less units, I'd rather have more units and different map. Even though Dagobah's pretty cool. But yeah, save up your money, or save for this fall, guys. The 5090 is allegedly releasing this fall. AMD's GPUs and CPUs, or excuse me, GPU has not been announced, but they're rumored to be releasing this fall. Same thing with Intel CPUs are also going to be releasing later this fall. Their 9000 series CPUs are coming out this month, and their 9000 X3D CPUs are supposedly, allegedly, which is a rumor, allegedly coming out in either August or September. So, like, they're going to follow quickly up, and the X3D is what you're actually interested in as a gamer. I would not recommend anyone buy anything other than X3D CPUs right now. Having used a 13900K and then switching to a 7950 X3D, the X3D, the extra cores, the cache on the cores just makes games feel much, much better. And they'll sometimes show up in benchmarks with your 1%, 0.1%, and just average FPS, which you guys can look up if you want to. But also, it just makes the games feel much more fluid. I played Overwatch 2 a substantial amount and Overwatch 1, and it honestly just made the game feel much better. Even though the FPS was very close to each other, it just felt better playing it. So, I don't know other way to describe it. It wins objectively and subjectively. And until Intel releases CPUs with giant cache on them, I'm not going to recommend anyone buy Intel. Which allegedly might be this current generation. So, we'll see. Yeah. I wish EVGA did GPUs too. They build tanks. They're fantastic GPUs. Yeah. This game is extremely, extremely CPU bound, by the way. So, we're going to do a different planet other than Dagobah. I think we're going to go back to Fuck Bay.
The enemy is attempting to seize one of our planets. We must join the defense.
You have a nursery? No.
Strike, Helldiver.
Defense missions too. I think we got a nursery here.
Let
Or
us
purge.
continue our progress.
Eradicate. I don't want to do that. Yep.
Initiating FTL jump to the Fact Bay system.
7700K to 5900X is a very big meaty jump. Another pretty big jump from there is like X3D.
FTL jump.
Probably 7800 X3D. It depends on your game. Some games, like I mentioned before, are very CPU bound. They're rare, but they do occasionally happen. This is another one that's very CPU bound. I mean, just right off the top of my head, the Rift Breaker can be at extremely high levels of units. City Skylines can be... COD used to scale linearly with the number of computers. Warzone used to scale linearly with the number of cores you have, obviously up till you get GPU bottleneck. I don't know if that's still the case. You have to manually set that in the INI, though. Overwatch used to, and now it's to the point where basically you just end up at the FPS cap, which is 600. But it depends on the game. Fantastic games tonight, guys. I don't know. Tough call.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
But yeah, 7700K to pretty much anything would actually be a big upgrade.
Squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Still on the AIM-4 platform. It's kind of a side grade. If you're at a 5900X already, it's kind of a side grade going to like a 5800X 3D, unfortunately. Besides performance, Intel's kind of shtick right now is they have E-cores on them, which can potentially be used to offload to different tasks to them. They in gaming are generally not used at all. Unfortunately, they could be used for special tasks, which we talked about actually in my rebalance guide, where we talked about offloading, like, let's say, the unit sim to them. But you can't just put the game on them because it'll just shit itself. Because they have latency associated with them, as well as they share resources, latency, throughout. They're just worse than the P cores. AMD, on the other hand, has not only more cores going, like normal cores going for it, but also has X3D cache on their gaming CPUs, which is actually very, very good. So it really depends on what you're looking for. You can get both, and they'll both perform relatively well-ish, but AMD is clearly the winner right now with the X3Ds. Yeah? Are you signaling? Is this the bat signal? Oh, he doesn't want it. Fine. We won't do the thing. Yeah. But if you're looking for upgrades, I'd highly suggest waiting. Even if you want to get Intel and you're not interested in the AMD launch, what's going to happen is all the prices are going to drop. of AMD and
Allied
Intel,
destroyer
which is
has
what
left
competition
squadron.
generally does. So good all around for everyone involved. Might be on the. I think there's actually a mesa here, or a wall. Covering me up
Helldivers to
right now.
Hellpods. Repeat.
Let's go on the other
Helldivers
side.
to Hellpods.
Yeah, it's no one actually, like, the problem with new hardware is no one adopts it, and they're just kind of shit out of luck. Like, it's something that sounds cool, and then if no software adopts it, then, like, you can put, like, let's say Chrome on the background and watch, you know, like, watch some YouTube videos or something while you're playing games, but, we talked about earlier at the beginning of the stream, is just the amount of, E-cores you have generally are completely underutilized. They're just there, and nothing runs on them. I had a 1300K. I thought, wow, these are going to be great for all the tasks running in the background. I mean, you can put stuff on it, but for the most part, there's not really much of anything running on it, and you can't really use them for games either. They just kind of exist. We talked about it in the case of Helldivers 2, where they potentially could actually put, let's say, this guy's trying to communicate. We don't communicate here. You could potentially actually put, like, let's say, the simulation for the unit simulation on it, if the game actually takes it into account, because they have issues with it, right? So they'd have to test it, but there's a lot of 12 to 14,000 series CPUs that just have E-cores with basically nothing running on them, which is generally the case. So, yeah, it might have been a phase. I heard with the newer, allegedly, with the next generation of Intel CPUs, they're going to have less E-cores on them, because they don't really utilize anyways, which... You know, we talked about at the beginning of the stream, you could have 4 E-cores instead of 16, which the highest ends Intel CPUs have. And as long as you have the 8 E-cores, or the P-cores, you're getting basically the same performance. So. It's kind of, it might be a phase. It's one of those things that the multi-threading capabilities of the E-cores is extreme. It's just, nothing runs on them. So, you know, you have like what is it? Like a 13900 or 14900K actually beats like a 7950X, not the X3D, 7950X in multi-threading by like 20%, but that includes the E-cores, which nothing uses. So, you know, like with me, I have a 14900K, excuse me, I have a 7950 X3D, and I have it uncorked right now. So even though I have 8 X3D cores, it has 8 normal cores, and that's not something you can do with Intel CPUs. Like, you can try and do it, it's just the game's going to go janky as fuck, because the games aren't designed to run on them. They're a specialty piece of hardware. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like one of those things where it's a cool piece of technology, the stuff needs to be made to work on it, and if it's not, then it just doesn't... It's worse. It's actually worse off. I'd get an 8-core processor at the very least. I think the 7600X is a 6-core processor. And probably get, well, it really depends on what your weighting stuff. If you start going into productivity, like, lock. If you start going into productivity, then things like core count starts mattering, like Photoshop, like productivity workloads. Premiere, encoding, simulations, so if you do specialty scientific stuff, then core count really starts mattering. Not exactly sure. There's some websites that actually test for like things like Adobe, and you'd have to check it out. We might have to Alt F4 here. We got someone with a potato. They hung us guys on their potato. Alt F4. 4060, like we talked about earlier at the beginning of the stream, there's a lot of people with like really newer hardware and like GPU wise, and then they just kind of get a potato CPU. I mean, that's a newer CPU, but it's still like you want at least an 8-core nowadays, at the very least. And certain games will use more than 8 cores, but not common. Next upgrade, I mean, if you're a 5900X, I'd wait and see what happens with the 9000 series and how they go around the X3D cores with the 9000 series. Let's see if we can do... I have a blitz
We near
here.
operational completion. The enemy is attempting to seize one of our planets. We must join the defense.
Nursery. Love to do a nuke the nursery. Why are they all eradicate? Bits.
We near operational completion.
There we go. Let's do one of these.
Initiating FTL jump 2.
I don't want to go too long over 3 AM, so... Yeah, I mean, it depends. So with the 7000 series, they did some really weird shit, which is the 7900X3D is 2 6-core CCDs, so it's like 2 6-core processors put together. And only one of them has X3D cache on it. So, like, if you want to play games on it, which is the whole reason I have a 7950 X3D, it only basically, normally you lock it to the 6 X3D cores to make it fast. But you can't, because it's only 6 cores, so it's basically like the worst of both worlds. 7950 X3D normally with the game that only really, it's like, doesn't really matter CPU-wise, you lock it to the 8 X3D cores. That's what you do. With the 9000 series, it's really going to depend. Honestly, they should have X3D on both CCDs, but they don't, and hopefully they do it with the 9000 series. That might make a 7900, excuse me, a 9900 X3D worthwhile. But if it's only 6 X3D cores again, it's not going to be worth it at all, fortunately.
Orbit synchronized.
5080s allegedly are not going to launch this year. According to rumor, they're going to launch them like 3 months afterwards, 2. And it looks like the 5800, or excuse me, the 5090 is actually going to be a cut-down version, so we might see a Titan, as it turns out. And that might sound exciting until you realize the 5090 is going to be probably priced the same thing as a 4090, only it's not going to be the top-tier, like, GPU anymore. The top-tier GPU is literally just going to be probably be a Titan. So they're going to use it as an excuse to increase the price of GPUs even more, which is absurd, but... NVIDIA's marketplace, guys. Wait for one more here, guys. A lot of tech, so you have to understand, tech tubing, basically between hardware release cycles, they don't have a whole lot to talk about. So then they just talk about whatever they can and then just blow it out of proportion. You're probably talking about Gamers Nexus, and Gamers Nexus and Hardware Unbox are basically the 2 resources that we watch for tech tubing, because they're the best on YouTube. But you know, when the cycles, when there's nothing being released, they just kind of make their own content. So, yeah, drama is great content when you have nothing else going on. I'd still buy Asus for the most part. But I buy Asus. I mean, there's a lot of good GPU brands since EVGA is gone, unfortunately. MSI makes good cards. Gigabyte makes good cards. Asus makes good cards. For AMD, I believe it is not PNY. Sapphire. If you want to buy AMD, buy Sapphire. Best for AMD. Might have to drop in and then SOS, because we're just running time here. Kinda sucks. EVGA was mainly NVIDIA, though. Surprised they didn't start making GPUs for... This is interesting. Surprised they didn't start making GPUs for AMD, because there's better margins. Same thing. Yeah, they're good. You have to look at reviews, by the way. When it starts coming down to it, I can't give you particulars on it, and sometimes manufacturers will release dog models, and you have to be aware that they do sometimes do weird shit just to save money, and it just turns into a shitbird, so... tough can be good, and then I've definitely had cases where it's not. You can check YouTube videos if you want particulars. Like, if you're trying to dial in after you figure out, like, what kind of GPU you want, then you have to, like, go and look at videos on it if you want to figure out, like, manufacturers.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Sending out an SOS!
Yep. Hey, bud.
Have a taste of democracy!
Don't mind a snazzy little 15-minute mission going on here. Let's go to the nest immediately. You guys. One.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Throwing grenade! Reloading!
Too close. Oh! Stop it!
Get some! Get some!
There you go. Oh my god! Nope. Nope. That's nope. What the fuck is going on, Joel? What are you doing? What are you feeding these guys? Stop it! Stop it, Joel! I don't want to see fucking stalkers jumping around like they're on a fucking pogo stick. That's scary as fuck. Oh, you think you got me now? What about now?
Sending in an eagle!
Jesus Christ.
How'd you like to do it?
And we might be dead. No, stop that. Holy fuck. I wouldn't... J2 Cents is basically relies on his reputation. Just like Linus Tech Tube is mainly Linus Techtainment. I wouldn't go there if you're looking for legitimate hardware reviews. They kind of just, you know, kind of let things go. They're like old names that people used to go to, and... Where the fuck are you even coming? Did you just crawl out a hole? What is... What? I saw him crawl to the ground right there. I have no idea where the stalker nest is, by the way.
Rare sample acquired. Got a sample.
Got some leg. Yep.
Rare sample acquired.
Ammo.
Reinforcing.
Fucking hilarious. Let's go to the next nest before we run out of time here. And ammo, and resupplies, and lives. Yeah.
Fire in the hole.
So, by the way, grenade pistol definitely higher efficiency than like the grenades. You want to save grenades because they have more value than a grenade pistol round, right? But if you see the fuckers start crawling out, and they just keep crawling out of it, throw a grenade over the top of them and bounce it off the back like a backboard for basketball. Otherwise, you'll get stuck and they'll more than likely...
Requesting air support.
What? Why? Okay. The fuck?
Blood light for super. Sending in an eagle. Calling in orbital strike. Say hello.
Well. Stop that. Go away. Go away. No. No. No.
Get some. Get some.
Woo! Woo!
Helldivers never die.
Dear God. Where the fuck is this? The Shrike? There goes the FPS again.
Say hello to democracy!
Bitch, don't touch me.
Sending in an eagle! Requesting air support! How'd you like the taste of freedom?
And hit the dead body. But I don't know if the Shrike nests count as, where the fuck are you guys coming from?
Reinforcements on the way.
Fire in the hole!
No. No. No.
Requesting orbital strike. Orbital inbound.
We're on the backside. I think the nest is over there. Gamers Nexus. Gamers Nexus is a good source. For the most part, Hardware Unbox is a recommendation if you're going to... You just killed the fucking Shrike? Oh, you bitch.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 300 meters.
But... No, we're dead. Gamers Nexus is pretty good. Hardware Unbox is what I prefer. There aren't really, like, there's still things on both channels I wish they did better. At one point in my life, I considered being a tech tuber, or tech reviewer in general, but there's no money there. Oh, he might be dead. I don't know which way this is coming in. Still alive. There you go. That's for you guys.
5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
Christ. Oh, look, by the way, there's a time limit.
Boom, tag it down.
Go this way.
Orbital strike.
Found the nest.
Requesting air support.
They're right there.
Requesting orbital.
Bitch.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Fuck you too, Keith. A preload. Another one.
Structure destroyed.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Yo, we got a reload off. Another one. Okay. Okay, that is... No. What the fuck is that? Come on! It wasn't even aiming the direction I was aiming. There is a lag we've talked about before with the grenade launcher, the plasma grenade launcher. When you fire it, when you spin around, the slew rate on it is slower than what the circle looks like, so there's a delay, like a quarter second or 200 ms between when you turn and when it aligns with the circle. And it'll sometimes look like you're aiming when you're not, because your animation's still you're aimed somewhere else, and it doesn't show up in the aiming reticule for some reason.
Reinforcing. Sending in an eagle.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
But yeah.
Orbital inbound.
You're nowhere close to anything. I'm gonna go back to my shit and hopefully try to pick it up.
South.
I don't think with the way this is going, I'm pretty sure in 2.5 minutes we're not going to be... We should actually just straight up go to the extraction right now. Otherwise we're going to have to try and extract without stratagems. And that's going to be even worse. Ah, Mako joined.
Tagging map. Southwest.
See if we can get our teammates to go there. Normally we full clear. You can't always full clear on Blitz, which is one of the reasons we play it. challenge. Sometimes. Nice games that are extra spicy too. The fuck do you even go across here?
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I die here to drowning, guys. We'll find out. Okay, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. Maybe someday I'll learn how to swim because I get a high enough difficulty. Or, that doesn't want me to cross here.
Sending in an eagle.
Like a snake? The fuck is that? There we go.
Heavy, northeast, on my position.
Alright. Go over. We still might die going to the... We had a stalker nest tonight, guys. We legit spent like the 2/3 of a match trying to kill on a 40-minute mission. It just kept spawning shitloads of stalkers that were like super aggressive stalkers too. They weren't the normal ones. Bitch. Like Predator? What the fuck is this game?
Marking location. Never mind. Marking extraction point. South.
1 minute left. Destroyer preparing to leave.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Extraction request confirmed.
AVP going on here.
Dropping a pin. West. Close.
And not only was it spawning, it's spawning like support units too. We're fucking getting
Requesting air support.
Sending in an eagle.
spawning like Bile Titans and Chargers and Hunters and shit to get around the side of it. Hear more units spawning.
T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Calling in orbital strike.
Got it.
Reloading orbital. Last reload. Sample collected.
Probably one of the hardest, you know,
Reinforcement budget depleted.
one of the hardest stalker nests I've ever had to assault. It's pretty ridiculous. Incredible. That's what a Helldivers should be. Not Reddit dive. Good evening, Maverick. This is crazy. I agree. Our games tonight are delectable. This is why, by the way, this is why I said that we should look at this fucking shit. This is why I said we should start extracting. Anyone get in a supply beacon? Oh, no. No.
Taste of democracy. I'm sorry. I need supplies.
T-minus 20 seconds.
Might be supplies here somewhere. Usually there are pads.
Seconds. Clear landing zone.
Backing up.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Oh, we're dead.
Progress.
I'm dead yet.
Reload.
I'm literally... That supplies? It's not supplies. Alright.
For takeoff. Objective located. Marking extraction point.
Alright. Holy fucking shit. It's a new one? You have to be careful with it. It's pretty fantastic. Really enjoy it. Oh, look. Liam just showed up. Of course he did. Ah.
You have maintained our way of life.
You can't get past extreme even though you beat it today. I don't remember the prerequisites to getting higher difficulties. Try, like, obviously you close your game and reopen it. Sometimes it has to, like, refresh. Have you tried a tenderizer? Of course we have. We talked about it extensively. It's one of the few weapons that you can actually use to leg or limb meta. You can limb the medium-sized units, so even though it has light armor pen, you can use it to laser off sides of weapons. If we had more time tonight, I'd show you. You can laser off sides of, like, the big heads, for instance. It's difficult to do with corrosive. Yeah, Liam failed. Liam failed. It's one of the few weapons you can use to laser off sides of bugs. Big heads, you can laser off one entire side of legs, and they'll actually still be alive. And you have to blow off, like, half a leg on the other side to actually kill them. You can actually kill them faster than you can with an adjudicator. Adjudicator being, it takes more skill. Adjudicator, you have to, you know, like, just pop the big head, right? You just pop the big head. With corrosive bugs and ticks, you can laser off the side of their legs. Corrosive bugs are much more difficult because they're always looking at you, and the front legs are armored. Chargers, you can one clip, usually 2 clips, depending on how you do it. You can, I've only done it once, or maybe a couple times on the superchargers. That was pretty spicy, by the way. GG. Very spicy bugs. The superchargers, I have shot off the connector. You have to aim basically after the charger goes past you. You have to aim at the back connector legs. You can definitely consistently do it with chargers. It takes a little bit of practice, but because of the recoil, you can do it on chargers. Otherwise, with the superchargers, just aim for the pooper and shoot off the pooper on it, and you can kill them that way. It's still up in the air on whether or not you can even do it on the superchargers. It feels like the connector, either they re-armored it, meaning it wasn't armored at, like, when it patched and they fixed it, or, like, I was just shooting the pooper through desync. I don't know which it is. But yeah, I definitely have. Tenderizer is probably one of the best assault rifles in the game currently, adjacent to the Adjudicator. That being said, all the assault rifles and SMGs and DMRs have issues with ammo right now. We covered this extensively in my patch notes, or my patch guide, and we talked about it on stream as well. But yes, I agree. And arguably, I was saying and stipulating that I believe the Tenderizer might actually be a prototype, meaning that this is a buffed weapon, like a super buffed version of assault rifles, meaning it's just infinitely better than everything else here, and this stuff down here. Putting aside specialty weapons like a pummeler and the concussive liberator, because they're trying to see whether or not it's too OP, and then considering what to do with other assault rifles. Because if you look at this, if you look at the recoil value on it, it doesn't make sense. In terms of the amount of damage it does and how fast it fires, the recoil value is just completely out of this ballpark. Other guns with 10 recoil, like the SMG here, has a damage of 70, 520, 1 light armor, and this is 695 and 10. So, you can tell something is really weird about this gun, and I think they're trying to test out and see whether or not it actually works, and whether or not it's OP before they consider the other weapons. But currently, yes, it is very good. All these guns suffer from magazines. They don't have enough mags for how little damage they do. So, best ammo efficiency obviously being an Adjudicator, even though it has lower damage than the Tenderizer. The medium armor pen, where you can kill units, especially where this gun will have problems with the ticks and the corrosive bugs. With the Adjudicator, you can just pop the heads, and then, like, not that big of a deal. It's very difficult to maneuver with this thing around corrosive bugs, though, because of they're always looking at you, and you can't laser off the side legs easily. Yes. Pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, the recoil value, either this is bugged, or this is some sort of, like, preliminary value where they're trying to figure out what exactly they want to do with this entire category of guns. Assault rifles, SMGs, marksmen, they're all in the same case. Because everything right now to go to is a shotgun, right? And you got some weird things with these guys down here. Maybe the sickle. But I think they're trying to figure out what to do with it. The recoil is extremely, extremely, extremely low on it. It doesn't make sense. Either it's overlooked when they just, like, they decide to buff it off the cuff, and they overlooked this value, or they're actually considering dropping all these, like, their recoil and making them more stable and then higher damage output. Which, honestly, like, if you consider the Tenderizer as opposed to the Dominator, is it even that much better than the Dominator? I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, even in its current state, will you just be straight up better than the Incendiary Breaker, the Dominator, the Breaker, Slugger to the lesser extent? These guns, the Plasma is still, Scorcher, Punisher are still respectable. But I don't know. Like, it's not in, like, a super OP place. This is, however, really weird, because it basically is a laser rifle right now, so I'm not exactly sure. Well, it doesn't really, because there's other guns with light armor, and they don't have the same recoil values on them at all. Like, these are SMGs, and they have much less damage and fire rate. And you have guns up here with light armor pen on them. It's just out of line, right? Lowest being the 15 on the Liberator. And it does a lot less damage, and slightly, tiny bit higher fire rate. So, it's not in line with the other guns. Even if it kind of feels like it's alright, It clearly is different than the other assault rifles, SMGs in the game right now. What they do with it, I don't know. That's up in the air. And postulated a couple different ways they could be looking at things and whether or not they actually want to change it or improve on it, but remains to be seen because they haven't said anything about it, and it's just kind of where things are right now. We discovered this, or not discovered it, but obviously we're using it on day one as one of the weapons that stood out a lot in the patch notes. And conversely, weirdly enough, as far as durable damage goes, and durable is almost exclusively used for shooting off limbs, it is the best gun at limbing in the game. Based on, not hypothetically, but theorizing, like when we're looking at the patch notes, what I thought was going to be the best gun in the game for limbing was the Stalwart, which has a really respectable, durable damage ratio, as well as damage and output, and it's very stable. That or the normal machine gun. Both aren't nearly as good as the Tenderizer is at limbing. Yep. Now, the weapon differentiation is an entirely different topic, which we've talked about quite a bit on our stream, and it's something they're going to have to consider, which is what guns do they want to do well. I don't have enough time to talk about it tonight because we're getting towards the end of the stream here, but what guns and how they want these guns to perform in certain situations, and then you can make them better, like up close, but then the shotguns are going to need to suck at further range. Right now, the shotguns are just go-to for everything, right? And occasionally, like we had a really weird case where I was using the autocannon and the spray and pray, because we had so many smalls. Tonight we had a bunch of medium-sized units, so this wouldn't work at all. Well, I mean, it kind of would work, but then you run into too many chargers, and then you just shit out of luck, so... yeah. I don't know. Even in this case, like, I assume one of the reasons the Stalwart does so poorly is this doesn't even... I don't think this even has light armor pen. This is, like, 0 armor pen on it. It's, like, 0. Stalwart's in, like, the same case where it's, like, 0 armor pen. So... like, it doesn't even have enough armor pen to do legging. The Stalwart, that is, not the Breaker Spray and Pray. Yeah, anyways. Stuff to talk about. Do enjoy talking about development and tech. We talked about earlier tonight. We have a guide that we're working on right now, which is my hd2 rebalance guide, which is addressing a lot of the issues that are currently in the game. We're discussing them, addressing them, bringing them up. So maybe Arrowhead can take a peek at them and maybe get some inspiration for fixes or... improvements, so Joel can go on my cheat sheet. Yeah, take a peek at what's going on there, guys. But yeah, we'll keep adding to that, guys, over time. There's a lot of entries. I suspect we'll end up around 40 entries. It takes time, addressing many different topic matters. Not just game balance. We have game balance, bug behavior, balance of weapons, stratagems, booster ideas. And then we have optimizations in here that potentially could do, but they don't actually... may or may not actually be able to do it. But remains to be seen, guys. Oh my god, Idowin's here. Definitely quitting time already. He's rolling in here. But yeah. Work in progress. Some of the stuff they've already started working on. All this stuff is stuff I've talked about over the last 4 months, but it's not in a single place, so... super nerd file? It is. It is definitely a super nerd file, but I've played this game for 4 months at this point, and all my information is just kind of spread all over the place, and I don't expect people to watch my streams continuously. So some of the best things we've talked about, I wanted to get them into a file and make sure that possibly Arrowhead can see them. So, yeah. Lots of opportunities here. There's obviously more than one ways. Even if there's a problem, there's more than one ways to skin a cat, as it goes, as the saying goes. So there's plenty of opportunities for different ways of looking at stuff, even if stuff has to be addressed, right? Like small orbital efficiency compared to Eagles, which is we have potential opportunities to fix that and different things, but yeah. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. We're going to call things here this evening, though, guys. We had some absolutely phenomenal games. I mentioned because we're kind of in a lull right now between war bonds. It would be a good time to try and trade off for Riftbreaker, but tonight's games were fantastic. They were very, very fulfilling as it goes. Oh, just riding that edge between Oblivion. Love that shit. Non-Reddit difficulty is great. This game really shines when you get those really hard games, but I guess Reddit doesn't want that, so... You're in the #1 on Twitch for Helldivers? Oh my god, guys, I'm so big! Wow! They all deserted the category. Are they all playing fucking Elden Ring or something? Normally there's a couple on that are dwarf me, but I guess now you guys have to watch me because everyone else left. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Unfortunately, I don't do raids, but, you know, since I'm signing off anyways, I guess go visit Mr. Hellpod. But we're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will probably be more of the Helldivers 2. I do want to take a look at the new Riftbreaker expansion. Unrelated to Helldivers 2, we're definitely going to be coming back for War Bonds as it goes, but the new Riftbreaker expansion game I also very much enjoy, and they just, like, we were talking about Riftbreaker literally 2 days ago, and they just dropped a new DLC, like, literally, it was on Wednesday, I think. Excuse me, Friday? Like on fucking Friday. Another Last Stand video game, but this is a little bit different. This is RTS Last Stand. We dropped on the 21st, so that was like 3 days ago. Pretty crazy. Everyone's on Elden Ring. If you're a big streamer, by the way, unless you're a big streamer, hopping on releases that are big, it actually hurts your stream. Because there's only so many people that actually want to watch the new game, and they usually all go watch the biggest streamers. So it actually hurts you. The best time to stream a new game that is big is like maybe a couple weeks after it launches, when the big streamers finally leave, but there's still people watching it. Just as a kind of a little bit of helpful advice from someone that's streamed 12 years on Twitch. Yep. Someone that streamed, you know, just a couple 12 years on Twitch. It's reserved. New game releases, especially really popular ones, are basically reserved for the biggest streamers. Even the big ones, like I was looking at Elden Ring earlier tonight, even the big ones like lost viewership by streaming it. And they're just like, it's just spread over everyone in the category, and there's no one there. So, yeah. Alright guys, we're going to call things for this evening. Fantastic games tonight. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed watching me talk about game development, make sure you hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6. So late night North America time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. It depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. I'm out here for this evening. Tonight will be probably more Helldivers 2. Or Riftbreaker. It remains to be seen, guys. We'll see how our games go. But alrighty, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Sunday night and Monday morning. Have a good day, guys.